Right, good morning, everyone. I apologize for the slightly late start. Oh, gosh, okay. Are you muted? Okay.
Just sounds. Okay, I'll go. I'll log out completely.
Okay, there we go. That should be fun. All right, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all this morning for a very, very important engagement. We all know that Department of Education is a particularly difficult department. And so obviously we kick off this morning, first of all, with welcome. So I welcome you all. And then apologies. Do we have any apologies from the members that you're aware of? Thank you, Honourable Dirks.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, I think Makubane is mistaken with the time he said.
Sorry?
That Makubane, Honourable Makubane.
Yes.
He'll be here at 9:30. He says that the sitting is starting at 9:30.
I understand, yes, yeah. So he'll be here for the actual hearing, yeah.
Yes, the one I know, Chair, is Honorable Dlungwane, Honorable Naya, Honorable de Klerk that are out of the country.
Yes. Thank you, Honourable Matlapa. Do we have anybody else, Kabu?
Yes, Chair. Morning, honourable members and colleagues. Honourable Moyo is going to be late, and as well as Kzn.
Is that Honourable Moyo, aka Mbata? Okay.
Yeah, and as well as Kzn. That will be here by 15:15.
Okay, that's fine. All right. I think without any further delay, let's get into the briefings.
I heard that the AK team, I heard it, but yeah, I'm on my way.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Honourable Mbata. All right. I think without any further delay, you should have the agenda with you, but let's start with the briefings so that we don't drag on. I'm sure none of us want to spend too long a Friday here. So let's start with the AGSA briefing. Please give us the briefing that you have up on the screen for the Department of Education. Thank you very much. Sorry, before we start there, could you just introduce your team leader, and then who's with you today? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Honourable Chairperson of Scopa, and greetings to the Scopa members and the colleagues on the platform, and together with my colleagues. Chairperson, with me, firstly, just to apologize for Mrs. Mkhize. She had a personal matter that she needed to attend to, so she is not with us today. My name is Kabiso Madlala, the deputy for Nomalungelo Mkhize. It's Kabiso Madlala. With me, I do have a senior manager that is responsible for the audit of Department of Education, and the manager Lucky Njogwe that is doing education, and with Miss Ngume, who is our stakeholder management. Chairperson, we will be taking you through the presentation together, myself and with the colleagues. But just to start, Honourable Chairperson, when it comes to Department of Education in KZN, I think we had a qualified audit opinion that was based on the completeness of irregular expenditure. Chairperson, when I presented to you one of the departments, I think yesterday, I said they were receptive to our recommendations. And when it comes to the Department of Education, we feel that they are not that receptive to our recommendations. The reasons I say that is because during the year, our team, they were qualified based on the completeness of irregular expenditure. And our team made sure that they are going to them before year end just to assess how they've addressed the issues that we had identified. They found issues, communicated to the department, but those communications, we found that some of the issues that we communicated to them, with guys, these are still irregular expenditures. We found them also not to be recorded on the irregular expenditure register. And I think one of the questions from the PAG was, if AG raised this as irregular expenditure, it was just a matter of transferring it to the irregular expenditure register. Why didn't you do that? And at that time, there was no answer from the department. And what we are finding, honorable members, and that we are calling for, we are finding that departments, what they tend to do is, when there are huge amounts of irregular expenditure, they just transfer it to be under assessment. The team will indicate how big of an amount that was transferred to under assessment. Remember that once it's under assessment, it's no longer showing even on the FS, and the following year, it will just be on the annual report because it's no longer the current year irregular expenditure. So we are just calling upon the oversight committees to ensure that you do ask those necessary questions, Woti. Let us not look just what's on the financial statements, but let's also consider what's on the annual reports, because we're finding that departments are just pushing irregular expenditure on the annual report. With that, Honorable Chair, for the department, we had raised a material irregularity. The colleagues will highlight on that. And there are other material irregularities that haven't been concluded. And we are asking support for this committee just to ask Uguti, why has this material irregularity not been finalized? Because the answers we are getting is that we just don't have funds to conduct that. However, there are other, for example, OTP can be conducting those type of investigations in terms of in terms of addressing those matters. With that said, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me then hand over to the Senior Manager of the Audit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madlala. A very good morning to Honorable Chair of the Scopa, honorable members. I also see that we have also Honorable Hlomuga in the meeting, and also to all the colleagues that are in the Scopa. My name is Nentlanta Sibia, the Senior Manager on Education, as indicated. I will go straight to, I think, Kabiso has covered in terms of the opening remarks. The mission, I think it has been covered in terms of the previous engagement that we have had. But maybe just emphasizing that on slide 2, that we definitely want to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. Highlighting on the next slide, slide number 3, in terms of the accountability ecosystem, Kabiso has spoken quite a lot about it in terms of what is required of this committee, in terms of the areas that we would like to see the Department of Education shifting the culture and improving in terms of the audit opinion. When you go to slide 4, Honorable Chair, in the previous year, we had made recommendations, and when we look at those recommendations on slide 4, most of them are still in progress. When we made our assessment during the current year, looking at what has been implemented by the department. In terms of the overall outcomes, on slide number 6, this is the outcomes of the Department of Education. In the current year, as Mr. Madlala has highlighted, the department received a qualified audit opinion on the audit of financial statements, which is consistent with the opinion that they received in the previous year. It's still on the same item on the disclosure of irregular expenditure. When you look at the audit of predetermined objectives, we look at 3 programs. We look at program 2, which is the public ordinary schools. We also look at at program 5, which is the early childhood development. We also look at program 6, which is the infrastructure development. Program 2 and program 6 were qualified in terms of the conclusion that has been reported in the management reports. And program 5 was the one where we had major issues in terms of receiving a disclaimer in terms of the conclusion on the management report. So that's where more effort needs to go in terms of ensuring that there is proper information that is collected on that program, program 6 being the early childhood development. When you look at compliance, we had a number of compliance when we look at the subject matters that we scoped in for the audit, specifically on the expenditure management, speaking to the findings that we had on the unauthorized expenditure. The department at year end was sitting at an overdraft and also overspent on their budgets, and hence we have expenditure management and also the issues that have been reported on irregular expenditure. We also had issues around procurement and contract management. When we went through the districts, across all the districts, there were issues of supply chain management not being properly monitored, hence the irregular expenditure that has been reported across all the districts of the department. Highlighting the consequence management as well, as Kabiso has emphasized on this one, on consequence management as well, there's slow progress when you look at consequence management in terms of taking steps. And here we speak mainly about taking steps in terms of investigations. Yes, there are investigations that are being conducted by either the internal auditors or the Office of the Premier, but there's very slow progress in terms of the department looking at their own consequence management. In here, the emphasis is on the material irregularity that we reported under nutrition, which has not moved since we reported it. And hence, we are also looking at taking further steps on that one. Strategic and planning and performance management, it speaks to the findings that we had under the performance information on certain indicators and targets and that we have reported. But on here, going forward, we might be seeing improvement as the planning document have been updated in terms of taking into account the findings that we have reported in the previous year. On slide number 7, it speaks to the accounting and financial performance, the issues that we highlighted in terms of internal control deficiencies. We had issues for proper record keeping, daily and monthly controls, the in-year reporting, the review of compliance and management. And here, what caused those findings was the qualification was due to inadequate controls over the prevention, detection of non-compliance with SCM. Obviously, that weakens this resulted in the department being unable to ensure that there was completeness of disclosed irregular expenditure, thereby obviously affecting the credibility of the financial statements. On the next slide, zooming into slide number 8, zooming into the performance service delivery. Before the adjustment, the audits, obviously, sometimes we do give our auditees a chance to make an adjustment in the annual performance report. But before and prior to the audits, there were no adjustments that were made in the APR because of the nature of the findings that have been reported. We had findings that they could not do anything about it because they affected the planning document, specifically the MTSF indicators on infrastructure, which were not planned and reported on. We had findings around reported performance information achievements that were not adequately supported. What led to these findings was the achievement reported against planned targets were not validated against supporting documentation. So it speaks to the internal controls that needs to be strengthened around the department, and obviously the coordination in terms of the reconciliation of the data that is submitted. On the next slide, slide number 9, it's now the specific indicators relating to the MTSF that were not indicated. We have highlighted them under program 2, being those that have been listed, as well as on program 5. Obviously, when you look at the bottom here, the impact that we are highlighting, the non-inclusion of the MTSF indicators results in government priorities not being met. The government will not be able to keep its promises in terms of ensuring service delivery and improving the lives of the ordinary citizen. But obviously, going forward, this will be addressed in the upcoming audits, as we had engagement with the department and they've addressed it in their strategic documents. In terms of achievement of key performance indicators on slide number 10, when you look at the programs that we audited, the 3 programs, in terms of their achievement, on public ordinary school, the achievement was 82%. On program 5, early childhood, the achievement was 60%. And on program 6, the achievement was 67%. But when you align that back to the budget, you find that in all the 3 areas, the budget was fully spent. So it is an area of concern when you spend the budget, yet the achievements, you have not realized them in terms of the targets that you have set for yourself. So the other achievement in terms of the root cause was as a result of the department experiencing budget issues over the years due to budget cuts, issues around unfunded wage curve, which has led to service delivery providers suspending work due to late payment. So there are issues that have caused in terms of the lack of achievement, but it's something that needs to be addressed by leadership going forward. On compliance, on the next slide, slide number 11, material findings around compliance. We highlighting the unauthorized expenditure, which has been reported since 2023 up to 2025. Consequence management has been a consistent finding over the 3 years. Expenditure management, strategic and planning was only reported in the prior year as well as in the current year. So it's an issue that has affected a 2-year period. On the next slide, we're highlighting the risk relating to procurement and contract management. When we look at the status, some of the findings that we have reported were around uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. Some of the findings were around limitations. We had reported some even in the previous year. And some of those have already been addressed. But the ones that we're highlighting in pink are the repeat findings, being your limitations on awards selected for testing, irregular expenditure relating to supply chain, as well as the uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. Those are repeat findings that we have been continuously reporting in the department. In terms of the reflection on unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there is continued lack of accountability and consequence management. When we look at the annual irregular expenditure, yes, we are noting a decrease when you're comparing it to the prior year, highlighting the breach of the 5 pillars in terms of procurement processes being equitable, fair, cost-effective, transparent, and competitiveness that have not been correctly adhered to. On the unauthorized expenditure, there is a rise on the unauthorized expenditure coming from 63 million to 521 million, speaking to the overspending that the department has been incurring due to unfunded budgets. On fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it was 7.4 million in the prior year, and it was 1.6 million in 24-25. And on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it was mainly around interest on overdue account as well as on collection of fees. We are also highlighting the qualification on irregular expenditure, that although the irregular expenditure has decreased since the prior years, the full extent is not disclosed. And accordingly, the department was qualified on the completeness of irregular expenditures. So it's an exercise that the department needs to make sure to, going forward. As Ukabiso was highlighting, that some of the irregular expenditure is moved from irregular expenditure to under assessment in terms of the annual report. We then conducted an audit around infrastructure in terms of our value-add services, where we did a follow-up in terms of the schools, and we tested whether the projects were planned, implemented, managed, and commissioned efficiently, effectively, and economically. And one infrastructure project audited was for the upgrade of and refurbishment of Dingugwazi Secondary School in Pongola. The repairs was initiated by MEC as the school was overcrowded and dilapidated infrastructure. The Independent Development Trust was selected as an implementing agent. What we found in this school, as highlighted in the pictures, the upgrades were delayed. There were variation in terms of orders not being approved, widespread poor workmanship, as you can see in the pictures. And obviously, the root cause that we highlighted was the lack of due diligence to manage the contractual deliverables, ineffective quality control processes by the project team during the construction to timely identify and address various quality deficiencies that were not evident. Obviously, the impact of this is incurring substantial financial consequences, possible irregular expenditure as well that might have been incurred for 20.4 million rand in terms of the expansion. We also noted fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to interest charges that were being incurred. And our recommendations around this one was that the professional team and contractors must submit a realistic catch-up program and revise projects of cash flow aligned with current site status for approval of the HOD and thereafter implementation and under strict supervision of the design roles. The department should hold the contractor and professional team accountable to rectify all defects at the cost of the contractor as well as the professional team. On the next slide, Honorable Chair, we also did a conditional assessment at Banzana and Shwashweni School. We performed a conditional assessment by testing the following building safety elements: structural safety. We also looked at electrical safety, fire safety, maintenance inspection, water and sanitation, stormwater management issues, emergency preparedness, general safety. On the two schools, Banzana was a new selection and Oshoshen was a follow-up from the prior year in terms of the follow-ups that we conducted in the previous audit. It was audited in the King Ceshayo and the Zululand districts. And obviously, once again here, we noted in the picture structural defects. We also noted issues around the electrical safety. There were other pictures that were included in the management reports on those bases. And the impacts as well is poor maintenance, structural damage and fire, and obviously hazard. This as well, it does trigger another material irregularity in terms of the department on the safeguarding and the safety of the learners, because anything can happen when you look at this building. On our consultation with the department, there were budgets that were assigned to these districts to rectify the issue, but at the time of reporting, that had not happened in terms of addressing the issues that we are seeing here. On the reflection on financial sustainability of the department, as we have highlighted, the unauthorized, the overspending, the overdraft. In the current year, the unauthorized expenditure is disclosed as 521 million. And obviously, the underlying causes were payment of prior commitment that were processed in the current year, budget cuts, implementation of unfunded salary increases. It does impact on the service delivery. Yes, when you do your credit analysis in terms of creditors, it's as if creditors are being paid on time, but that's because a lot of payments were already put through to pass but not released for payments because of budgets that is not available. So the department is sitting under a financial constraint. There should be a proper review of this department's budget going forward. On the information systems audit, on the next slide, slide number 20, we noted the risk around IT systems. And what we found on the 31st of March was that only 47%, which means 14 out of the 30 schools in terms of the planned IT projects in the 5-year IT strategy have been implemented. We also noted outdated and unsupported operating system, expired contracts, restricted access in terms of e-submission, lack of integration between SASMs and MS data in terms of the warehouse and national databases, limited adoption of automation tools, significant shortcomings in terms of the installation. The causes that we picked up were the misalignment between IT planning and available budgets that caused delays, poor IT asset life cycle, the lack of monitoring in terms of software licenses, limited support in terms of adopted automation, inadequate monitoring in terms of the smart device, reduced visibility over their usage and conditions. We did put recommendations in terms of accelerating implementation of the IT strategic plan, the upgrade and standardized systems, strengthening contracts, as well as ensuring that there is proper management around licenses, adopting automated and data management tools, as well as improving of ICT deployment. We also did a sector key focus areas, and on those, we reflect on the teacher development. Here, what we found was that the Provincial Teacher Development Institute and District Teacher Development Centers established were not in line with the minimum norms and standard. The training was not ring-fenced for training initiatives at the department. The quality management system process was ineffective in identifying teacher development needs. The annual management reporting processes included a school self-evaluation, improvement plan, and annual academic plans. There was lack of meaningful engagement, repetitive SSC contents. It also failed to reflect the past performance or plan for improvement. Professional and learning committees were not established at 50% of the schools that we selected. When we analyzed the root causes was that the PED did not adequately plan for teacher development plan by making provision for adequate time. There were financial difficulties that were noted. There was also a lack of monitoring. We did put in our recommendations in terms of prioritizing establishment in a new fully fledged Provincial Teacher Development Institute or convert the existing facility into a proper functioning teacher development center in line with the minimum norms and standard. Training and budget should also be ring-fenced for training initiative, assigning competent staff to critical review the QMS documents, as well as making and creating awareness in terms of the establishing needs and making mandatory for schools and districts to establish professional learning committees. On the next slide, looking at material irregularities, once again, reflecting on our definition as outlined in the Public Act on material irregularities, we mean any non-compliance with or contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or a breach of fiduciary duty that is identified during an audit performed under the Public Audit Act that results in or is likely to result in a material financial loss, the misuse, loss of a material public resource, or substantial harm to a public sector institution or the general public. That's the definition of material irregularity. And obviously, in terms of the actions and the process, we notify, we make follow-ups, we review if there are appropriate actions that are being taken. We also make a resolution around the MI, whether it can be closed or is it resolved. Has the accounting officer implemented the proper step? But if the appropriate actions are not taken, we invoke our powers in terms of referral to a public body, recommendations in the audit report, remedial action, or issuing a certificate of debt or a combination of the above. When you look at the status of material irregularities, there's been immaterial irregularities that has been issued. There's currently 5 of them. And here we are noting those material irregularities that have been issued. On the next slide, slide number 26, we are listing those 5 material irregularities. We started issuing material irregularity for this department since 2020. There was one around interest, which was resolved. There was also one around salary overpayment, which was closed. And then in 2023, the misuse of public sector material resource in terms of the ferry boat, which was also resolved. We also issued one relating to harm to the general public, the one that is currently active, which is learners not fed, causing substantial harm. There's a new one, Honorable Chair, that we have issued in the current audit relating to the non-compliance in terms of payment of hostel allowance to ineligible beneficiaries. So those are 2 that are currently in progress in terms of the Department of Education. As you can see, the one relating to learners not fed, it was issued in 2023. We are in 2025 now. That's the one where we have indicated that at the time the accounting officer was making appropriate action, but now it's still open. There hasn't been consequence management around that material irregularity. It does make us now to have to invoke our powers to move it to the next level. But those are the engagement that are continuously happening with the accounting officer. On the next slide, number 27 and 28, it just gives the briefs in terms of the material irregularity. I'll go to slide 28, highlighting on the new material irregularity that we issued. On the payment for hostel allowances, here we found that there were employees that were being paid hostel allowances, even though they have moved to other schools that do not have hostels. Hence, that allowance should have been stopped. It is a requirement in terms of the policy of the department that the accounting officer should review those allowances on an annual basis. So it was that breakdown in terms of internal control, which was not happening. But when we issued the finding, there was that response from the department. They have stopped those allowances, so the losses are not happening anymore. But at the time when we picked up, there was already 3.74 million rand that the department has already lost. So what we are looking for now is for the recovery of those monies by the department from those employees that were paid incorrectly. On the overall message, Honorable Chair, as I close, we are calling for the committee to activate the accountability system, to shift the culture of the department, look at the culture of no accountability in terms of consequence management on what we have highlighted in terms of the weaknesses. The budget analysis in terms of insufficient alignment spending, planning with available resources. The lack of rigorous review validation processes for performance information reporting, deficiencies in internal control systems to prevent irregular and fruitless and wasteful fruitless expenditure. The issues around the payroll control weaknesses that we have reported. So drafting our key recommendation is drive implementation action plan and strengthen internal control weaknesses. Here we are calling the HOD in his capacity as the accounting officer. He must take the lead in terms of driving implementation of action plan to address internal control deficiencies that result in the qualified audit opinion. Material findings on performance information and non-compliance with key legislation. This must be supported by strengthening the monitoring mechanism across all levels of management to ensure that corrective actions are executed efficiently and sustained. The next recommendation is strengthening accountability mechanism. The loss control community must adequately be capacitated and its composition strengthened to ensure independence. In terms of improving budgets and expenditure control, we are calling management to review and enhance the budgeting and expenditure management processes to ensure that the spending plans are properly aligned to available funds. And all financial commitments must be backed up by sufficient cash resources to prevent accumulation of accruals as well as delays in payment. The next one is strengthening performance reporting. Management needs to review and enhance performance reporting processes to ensure that it achieves the supported planned against planned targets are credible, supported by verifiable evidence. Supporting documentation must also be validated, and physical verification of projects should also be conducted on a sample basis by the Strategic Management and Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate. Finally, the recommendation that we are also putting through is the improvement of payroll controls and strengthening oversight of allowances and payments. Management must address the payroll system inefficiencies, particularly those that result in payment of hostel allowances to ineligible employees who were not employed at school with hostel facilities. With the accounting officer has taken commendable actions, additional measures are also required to prevent the recurrence. It is then recommended that annual eligibility reviews of allowances in terms of beneficiaries be instituted and formally monitored. The automation exception reporting be implemented within the payroll system to flag potential ineligible payments. The root cause analysis of control breakdowns be finalized and the outcome used to strengthen the internal control frameworks. Consequence management should then be enforced where negligence or non-compliance is confirmed through the ongoing investigation. Chairperson, this is the end of our report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kabo, I believe we're going to take a presentation from CLARC now. CLARC, for those of you, I initially, members, I thought it was a spelling mistake on the agenda, but CLARC is the cluster. It's the section of PARC, which is the Provincial Audit Risk Committee, but it's the cluster that deals with this particular. So let's just hear from CLARC, then on their impressions on Department of Education, and then we'll go to questions, members. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. There is a presentation. I'm hoping the Secretariat could flight the presentation for us.
Okay, we will do it from our side.
Okay.
If I could ask you just to guide our Secretariat through it, so when it's next page or next slide, just indicate that, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Once again, good morning to the Chair and the honourable members of Scopa. The report will probably fly shortly, but essentially it's our report, which represents the culmination of our first Q1 meeting with the department. So we've done a critical review of the Kzn Department of Education for Q1 performance, and essentially, Chair, thank you very much. We can move to the next slide. The next slide essentially now gives just a layout of the overview of what I would like to discuss. There's an introduction, then we deep dive into a critical analysis. We can make a call on whether we will spend some time on that. The root causes for issues are identified and where we really request Scopa scrutiny on the issues. We also then sort of delve into what we think the department should look at is an integrated strategic recovery plan. Now, there are many plans in place, Chair, as you know, but we wanted it to be a little bit more specific and a little bit more measurable and so forth. So we've given some thoughts on a 3-year roadmap with enhanced accountability. I think that essentially what we are saying as part of our assessment is that we want to achieve accountability. And if we have listened to what the AG has just covered, there are issues around accountability. So the presentation, Chair, is at a critical juncture in the accountability cycle. It's our opportunity now to candidly address shortcomings, outline a clear path to recovery, and reaffirm the CLARC's commitment to the principles of good governance, sound financial management, and effective service delivery. We basically welcomed the scrutiny around those aspects, and we are quite prepared to come fully for our review of the performance. Chair, this report, its main purpose is also to provide just an independent assessment of Q1 performance. It was our first meeting as the CLARC, as you know, newly appointed, and our cycle for 3 years started now, so it was a good opportunity through our induction and exposure to the AG reports and our meeting with management to get a really first sort of feeling of exactly where the organization currently sits. So we will focus in this report as I go through it on the PFMA compliance issues, strongly covered a few minutes ago, financial accountability, very concerned about that particular area, and then audit and risk management, we like to speak to that. And Section 18, which the entity, the department finds itself under, and the financial recovery plan around that, and our comments on exactly, what we saw and how we felt about that particular aspect. We also then want to just briefly, before I go into the details, just give you the committee an overview in terms of where we stand. So essentially, we're looking ahead for this particular financial year. There's a 1.245 billion overspend projected in compensation of employees. Very concerning. There's a 2.278 billion accruals from prior years, which will deep into the current year budget and affect service delivery outcomes. There's 5,000 plus vacancies under moratorium. The AG has just now mentioned the nutritional school project, and essentially that irregularity is stalled, and that needs closer looking at. There's 155,000 learners without school transport and Section 18 intervention, which is active. We need to understand a little bit better what's happening there. So essentially, on the budget and expenditure side, compensation employees at the end of Q1 is 32% spent. There's an overspend against the benchmark, which we use of about 25%. Goods and services underspent at 16.5%. Capital projects underspent by 10% because of delays. The implication of all of that is structural imbalances between wage commitments and service delivery demands. So that is a problem as well. If we do a high-level sort of comparative analysis, we definitely conclude that there's a deterioration and widening in the deficit. So a fiscal deterioration of concern, mainly unresolved audit findings and stalled ICT projects, just spoken to earlier as well, and declining liquidity and governance capacity. The overall trend as far as financial and fiscal health is concerned is regressive, Chair. Then basically, in summary, then the issues that we would require from Scopa's oversight currently is to look at the effectiveness of the Section 18 financial recovery plan. It needs a little bit more attention, and it needs timelines, timeframes, and essentially what success would be, what is expected of the department in terms of moving out of that Section 18 restrictions. Funding for unfunded mandates, the Bella Act, etc. That needs to be probably looked at as well. Finalization of the material irregularities, lifting of the moratorium on critical posts, creditor payment and debt write-off plans, and then also the use of PPPs and education bonds. The feasibility studies around that needs attention. So, Chair, that is just an overview of where we sit currently. And if we can go back, if we can just scroll back quickly. If I can just get the secretary just to scroll back to the slide that says critical analysis of department in distress. Yeah, sorry, just one. I think it's about two slides down. One.
Slide 3.
There we are. So just go back. One slide back. Okay, Chair. So what I've just done as part of the introduction is just given you a picture of at an executive level of the issues, and here we start delving into a little bit more detail, and we've highlighted the specific areas that we feel need closer attention, and we've compared them to Q4, which was outside of our term, and we said, look, let's look at what happened last time round. And essentially, what we did find is that a lot of the issues, even now raised by the AG, were there in Q4, and we haven't seen great movement or improvement between Q4 and Q1 for various reasons. So I've spoken to the pre-existing structural deficits and the Section 18 intervention. The projections and the numbers I did talk to very quickly, but the trend and the implications is the following under financial health. We are seeing the situation deteriorating. The fiscal model is probably broken. The unfunded mandates are creating unsustainable liability for the province as a whole. So financial health is high risk, and we flag it as such. Internal audit and oversight. Now, as I said, there are known weaknesses in internal audit and capacity. The critical failure here has been that in Q1, there have been no internal audits finalized. Now, as the Audit and Risk Committee, we rely heavily on the assurance of internal audit, risk management committees, for us to in fact do our assurance, and obviously in terms of the combined assurance model, very important components which are not functioning fully within education, and it needs to be addressed. So the AG has spoken about the performance audit and school infrastructure, which is stalled due to inadequate comments from management saying, not giving real reasons as to why these particular projects are stalled. So, we need leadership to set the tone at the top and deal with these accountability issues, which essentially it is. There's a catastrophic deterioration in this area when it comes to internal audit oversight. The department is incapable of its own internal scrutiny. I think the mention was made, the internal control unit, the internal control engine has basically ceased. It's not functioning. Risk management. The department acknowledges and is aware that there's a very high risk profile within the department. Risks identified, 20 critical risks, 64% risk actions were implemented. 100% of risk mitigation, 13 actions are stalled when it comes to IT and ICT. And IT and ICT is a big enabler of strong internal controls and dealing with the problems that we are currently facing. The department is stagnant and exposed. The department is aware of these risks, but it consistently points out it's financially and managerially paralyzed and struggling to actually address these issues. Service delivery impact. These known risks in scholar transport and staffing has a significant impact on service delivery. I've touched on the numbers of learners and vacancies in the key posts that are dealt with. The crisis is formalized. The financial mismanagement is now directly and quantifiably violating learner rights to access to education. Now, as I pointed out, even on the spending patterns a little bit early in my introduction, that the overspends in COE and the underspends in goods and services is impacting service delivery. So learners are being very negatively impacted. And the big elephant in the room is consequence management, Chair. So these material irregularities, we can't have these issues stalled due to issues of lack of funding and other matters. The tone at the top must be one that says, the culture of impunity must stop. There must be consequence management, and it must be properly managed and dealt with. Move to the next slide. The next slide speaks to some of the root causes. As I indicated, we are concerned about Pfma compliance. The AGS touched on that. And briefly here, we just mentioning again that the department is technically insolvent based on the numbers we spoke about earlier. And there's a strong indication that it will battle to meet its existing obligations. The overspend on personnel, while critical services are defunded, represent a fundamental failure to comply with Section 38(1)A of the Pfma. We're talking 2.3 billion in accruals owed to SMMEs largely, and this is actively damaging the provincial economy. So it needs serious attention. Total collapse of internal governance. The AGS touched on this, and I've also just spoken to the internal audit in a 0% performance in Q1, and the inability of management to provide adequate responses to audit findings. Again, demonstrates a vacuum of accountability or lack of accountability. So there's then a challenge if we are not paying attention to the findings of the AG or internal audit and actually making sure they are implemented. We definitely have a situation where the education department will not be able to self-correct itself. So it's something that needs to be watched as we move along. The pervasive lack of consequence management. I've spoken about this at length, and I think that the whole purpose of quarter one assessment by ourselves is around accountability. So the material irregularities spoken to by the AG, we're saying it cannot be stored. Something must be done about that. Internal audit findings, essentially no response or inadequate response tells me that these particular findings are being ignored. Risk mitigation plans not implemented. No apparent accountability for officials responsible. There's an issue around the risk plans as well. So AGSA's findings from prior years, quite a large number. If I remember correctly, probably about 452 of them are still in 180 days. The reasons why they cannot be implemented.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Honorable Chair, I'm really confused on the second presentation. Are they not part of the internal audits that are supposed to assist department? Because the way we are hearing here, they are talking like the AG to say these are the findings. Consequence management must take place, and so on. They're talking like that. What is their role? The question is, can they tell us what is their mandate?
I will tell you.
I really don't understand. We are hearing something like it's a complaint, a circle to say this. Yes, so because we're expecting that to the AG to say these are the things, but now again, if the CLARC will also tell us like the AG, I don't know what is their role. Can they tell us what is their role before the Auditor General comes and deal with the books? Thanks.
Yeah, Honourable Matlopa, there is an entity called the Provincial Audit Risk Committee.
Yes.
Okay, if I can just finish. and this is a subsection, so they do an independent audit of all departments in supplementation to the AG. All right, so their information is supplementary and supporting to the AG's information. And they organize themselves in clusters, which are known as CLARC. It's Cluster Liaison Audit Risk Committee. And so this is the report from them. So yes, it may well overlap a lot with what the AG is saying, but it's additional information that they were here in October last year, and they were here in February this year. They're a part of Scopa's business all the way along.
Sorry, Honourable
it's
Chair.
not a new thing. What has happened, though, is in the past, PARC were not very active. Now they're becoming more active and giving us more information as to what's going on in the.
Don't they communicate with the department prior to Auditor General comes in?
Well, you know what? Let me allow the gentleman to.
Yeah,
comment
he
himself.
must respond.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to let you know while they're part of our
Yes,
thing.
sorry, Chair.
Yes, Honourable
Sorry, the
Director.
Chair, the question is here, Chair. We got the AG that does this work here. The AG gave us a report, which we appreciate. AG is very good in dealing with these issues. Now you have this CLARC here. We want to understand, how are they going to assist this department? What role do they play in assisting the department?
Prior to
Prior
Auditor
to
General.
auditor, because they pick this thing up, they must assist the department. Are they there to assist the department, or are they just there to also do what the Auditor General is doing? Because we of the view that they should at least be there to play an assisting role, to assist the department to correct these issues here, Chair. Because we want to correct these issues in the department. But now it's exactly now like the AG.
Chair.
Chair, I'm also on the
Hold
platform.
Okay. All right, so everybody wants to...
No,
should
Chair.
Should we allow the gentleman
Just
to
a
comment?
second. No,
Yes,
he mustn't finish for now.
Sure, Honourable
Can you
Mandela.
engage? Thanks, Chair. I think I understand why the honourable members are concerned. Since I came in about a few minutes when you started, the only thing I'm hearing, I believe this cluster is from is within the departments. It's from the government. The report is coming from the structure of who's part of the government, isn't it? The clerk is part of the government. But what I'm hearing, it's more like they're outside of government, because they only put in complaints, but I don't see solutions much on it, because on their report it must say we try to intervene on this, or we try to give an advice on this. I only hear them noting the wrongs only. There is no way they're giving us a picture what they've tried to assist the department with. That's why maybe the members are having these concerns, because they cannot work as if they're outside structure of government, or they're just a private entity who's been given a task by government to scrutinize the departments. If they are within, yes, they are a cluster, but it's within the government. Then there's a picture as to what they've tried to intervene, or in order to make interventions to sort out these issues. That's a picture we need. That's a picture we need, because I believe it's only AG who can just give us the indication where are the wrongs. But the cluster that is within must also give us indications on interventions, what they've tried to do in order to solve the problems.
Okay.
Chairperson,
may I
please
speak
recognize
now?
me.
So who's that online?
Chairperson, there's only one person who's online right now. It's me, Moyo Mbata.
Honourable Mbata. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Chairperson, I think what you need to do before you can even respond, I don't think you need to respond on the matter. I think the team there would be able to respond. On their response, they must also, because probably we might miss their function or their line of functioning. So let them rather define what they are doing, what's their responsibility. And then after they've given us their responsibility as a cluster, then they will then have to answer these questions that other honorable members have asked, because that will assist us. As for you, Chairperson, probably later on, when they've defined themselves, you then come in and summarize everything, so that there won't be a confusion. Because I was listening to their presentation, I was like, oh, probably this is a wing from the AGSA. They're trying to emphasize what the AGSA has been saying. So let them rather define their line of functioning, their responsibilities, and why are they presenting a presentation that is similar to that of the AG. Is it not a duplication of what the AG is doing? Probably they're doing it on a lighter version. So their definition of their responsibilities will assist the House. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mbata. I was just trying to explain, and I will go immediately to I think is it Eugene? I will go to him. The Provincial Audit Risk Committee resides under the Provincial Treasury. They report to the Provincial Treasury. But they're an independent group of individuals that are specifically selected because of their audit risk experience and expertise. They are renewed every couple of years. There were, for instance, five gaps that were people resigned and stepped down from the Audit Risk Committee recently, last year or so. And so there is now a new chairperson, Luyanda Mangoko, and they organize themselves in clusters in audit. So in other words, one cluster will deal with 2 or 3 departments and entities. And their job is to assist us with our work, to highlight issues. I do understand it looks like it's duplication, but with that said, just so it's clear where they reside, they're under Provincial Treasury. Let me go to the gentleman to explain that issue. Honourable de Klerk, Dirks.
Chair, before you explain, Chair. You see, Chair. Chair, after we listen to him, we'll have to relook at this thing and redefine the role. Because in the legislature, we have research teams belonging to the legislature that will come here and meet with the committee. You know what happened in Cape Town. There's a research team of the parliament, legislature, that will come here and give us, help us with our work. If we have this expertise of external auditors, if we have this expertise... No, wait to come, Honourable Moyo.
Honourable de Klerk, sorry, Honourable Dirks is on the floor.
Honourable Moyo, you can't interrupt me. Mfundis, you must come to in the house. We want to see you. Just come to the house.
You know, members, sorry, I am the chair. Can we please have discipline, one at a time? And let's also keep in mind that this is briefing. When we get past this, we can get to the department.
Yeah.
But Honourable Dirks,
let me finish quickly. Let me finish quickly, Honourable Chair. This seems like it's a highly qualified body of professionals, of accountants. When they pick up these things here, because they're part of us, they must assist in rectifying these things in the department. They can't come here and give us the report, a report by the AG, similar to the AG, and say these are the problems. If we engage these people's services, that means they must assist us in addressing the challenge that we are facing. Because we are facing a serious challenge in the education department, and we need them to assist us, assist the department, so that we can address these challenges that we are facing. But now we're getting this kind of report. We don't need a report as researchers. They are now reporting to us as a research team for this department. That's what they are doing. Thank you.
Can we please allow the gentleman to respond?
No, Chair, because I raised this point, can you give me to clarify what was my confusion?
Before, Chair, before you allow the gentleman to speak.
Well, you know, I've got Honourable Madlopo on the floor, but Honourable Mbata wants to butt in.
Yeah.
Maybe his whip should.
No, Honourable Chair, Honourable Mbata must come here in the house.
Okay.
He was
Honourable
booked
Mbata,
in, he must be with us here.
Okay, Honourable Madlopo, please. You know, we get members. I feel we get distracted from the work at hand. Can we please get back to business?
You know, Honourable Chair, my confusion was to say that Treasury at some times intervene to the departments if they are having challenges. Like this department, they intervene. These guys that are giving us reports, they were supposed to sit with the department prior to, because when, no, I'm saying their role, because the role of them, it's like they are subcommittee of AGSA, AG of South Africa. They are not telling us to say that our role is to assist the Department of KwaZulu-Natal to comply. Because we assist them, this is what we have tried to this department that today is coming to have a hearing with us. So that we know that when we ask, because we are correct, Chair, that they are assisting us, when we ask the department, we will say, this section of Treasury have also intervened to you to deal with the recommendations of the Auditor General. But even now, you are failing. You are repeat offenders in regard to those matters. But the way they are presenting it, like they are subcommittee of Auditor General, instead of looking the performance of the Department of KwaZulu-Natal and assist them prior to this audit, because what we have received today is that the recommendations qualified is the same things that were raised by Auditor General. What were their intervention? That's what we want to hear. So that when this department comes, we ask them, why have you failed? This committee have assisted you and we are not doing it. Auditor General is assisting you. Not to say consequence management they are not doing. We have heard about that. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson, thanks.
Honourable Mbata. No, Honourable Mbata, please, I will give you the opportunity to speak. You don't just come in. Please, can we have some respect and some discipline? Right, Honourable Mbata, what is your contribution?
Thanks, Chairperson. No, Chairperson. Firstly, let me apologize by barging in like that. I was trying to say, don't allow the gentleman to speak first before we come in. Not that I wanted to be ill-disciplined and stuff, but my apologies to your meeting, Chair. However, Chairperson, I think you've made this mistake, and I was trying to prevent this thing from going further. That's why I said to you, allow the gentleman to explain their responsibilities, not you, Chairperson. Let them explain their responsibilities. Then, as they are explaining their responsibilities, already the honourable members, they've already given them their concerns about their role. So as they are explaining to us vis-a-vis the questions that we've already asked, we'll then be able to take a decision that to say, no, but we cannot listen one and the same thing. The SGSA was saying this and they're saying this, they're saying that. Hence, I was saying, before you sum up, Chairperson, that was just an advice. Before you sum up, allow them to speak on their behalf. They will explain exactly their responsibilities. Then as members, we'll say, no, but no, we don't need this. We want interventions, we want this, we want that. So that was the reason why I was trying to patch in to say, allow them to speak for themselves, Chairperson. Then after that, we'll take a decision going forward. And lastly, Chairperson, for the mere fact that there's a link, it means I'm entitled to speak on the virtual meeting as I'm coming to the House, contrary to what the honourable members were saying. Thank you.
You are quite correct, Honourable. You have absolutely equal status to anybody in the chamber. Right, let's hear now from the clerk. Clerk, you've heard all the queries and the concerns. Would you like to respond? Please give us the full picture of where you reside in the ecosystem of public accounts, under which department you reside, what your authority is, and what, yeah, I think you've heard all the queries, so please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Let me firstly appreciate the concerns raised by the members, and I fully understand the questions being raised and the understanding, the gaps in understanding that we have between each other on these matters. Chair, you rightly pointed out the Audit and Risk Committee is an independent body appointed to provide to the MEC, HOD, and the provincial treasury oversight on financial performance, governance, risk management, and basically compliance with laws, regulations, and all of those issues. So firstly, it's an independent body. It does not get operationally involved. It advises on issues, as I said, of governance and those matters. So we provide an independent oversight on the financial reporting. So we rely on the financial statements presented by management to the AG for audit. We, using internal audit and the risk management services of the provincial treasury, to review those matters, and we then provide our own independent oversight on where the department is going in terms of financial reporting. On internal controls, we basically listen to the department through their presentations in our meetings on internal control processes. We advise on whether those controls are in fact satisfactory, whether there are any problems around the controls, what risks exist around those controls. So we engage in those meetings on those matters. Finally, we spend a lot of time on risk management, because everything that needs to be done, management in the department must have a risk-based approach to matters. Even our internal auditors would approach issues in the department on a risk basis. So our role then is to provide independent oversight and advice on those matters. Now, what has happened thus far is that this is the baseline. I pointed out that this is our first meeting with the Department of Education. We have checked Q4, we've listened to the AGSA, we've met with management, and we have now concluded, and we've come to conclude that on a frank basis and on a as I said in the introduction, openly and frankly discuss these matters, because the next set of slides will start speaking to how do we address these matters. And we have discussed this, and we've looked at what the department has done up until now, and we have found shortcomings in what the department has done. And that's where our advisory role kicks in now. We'll be making suggestions, and I'll start talking to that a bit later. Now, we also, as a big responsibility, we have to review and we have to approve the internal and external audit plans and findings. As an independent body, the AG presents to us their audit coverage plan for the year. They'll identify high-risk areas. As a committee, we'll agree or we'll engage on the matter and either agree with the AG that those are the areas that we feel need to be dealt with. And after the AG has concluded this audit, we still have to look at the audit outcome and decide whether we agree with the AG or whether we disagree, and whether we accept their findings. And this is done on behalf of the province. So that's an important issue. The issue of the internal audit coverage plan, which runs over 3 years, we, as part of our understanding and assessment of the risk environment, and understanding of the findings from the AG over the past couple of years, we will make sure that internal audit focuses on areas that can have major impact and can improve. So all these matters I've raised, all these concerns that have now been confirmed, we cannot deny it's there, the evidence is there. We're saying this evidence exists, we need to now work to actually deal with it. In our first meeting, granted, there is no way that the solution is here. And when I speak later, you'll see we're taking a 3-year strategic view on how to deal with these issues that we've raised in the first part of the presentation. We also have a very important responsibility, Chair. We need to monitor management's responses to the audit and risk reports, and we need to ensure there's timely action, that management responds to these matters. I've raised the issue on internal audit reports at 0%. The internal audit unit from Treasury is waiting for responses. The responses were not forthcoming, and that's the reality. That's a fact. And we say that going forward, there needs to be timely responses to the findings of firstly internal audit. And secondly, the 450 odd findings of the AGSA that haven't been resolved needs attention, and management needs to deal with it. So if these problems have been coming on for a number of years, and we've come into our first meeting after we've reviewed all of this, we have to raise those issues and say these matters are still here. They are still a problem. No amount of advice is going to make them go away, but what will make them go away is action on the part of management. And we are here to say to Scopa today, these things exist. Management needs to respond to these matters. The other area which is important as well, and I think the AG has highlighted this, and we cannot contest that. We cannot say that the department is addressing it. The fact of the matter is that this problem exists. We need an assessment, and a fair and true assessment of the department's compliance with the legislation and governance frameworks. If there are gaps in that already, we will never have an unqualified audit, because those compliance issues will create issues as far as the final audit report will be. Finally, and very importantly, Chair, and maybe the gap that probably we will strengthen as we move forward. I have started setting up meetings with the HODs, and the PIAS has tried to get meetings with the MEC so that this discussion could take place before our next Scopa session, and hopefully we'll be able to understand each other better on that. We have to advise the HOD and MEC thoroughly on areas of governance improvements and risk mitigation. Without risk mitigation, the mission and the vision of the Education Department to serve the province when it comes to education matters is definitely challenged by risks that blindside the organization. So we spend quite a bit of time understanding the risks and pointing out what the impact of those risks could be on achieving the mission and vision of the Education Department. Finally, Chair, and finally on
that's your second finally, Mr. Jooste.
My apologies, Chair. You know, the finally this arises absolute final one then, Chair. Thank you. We have to be part of the infrastructure that safeguards the integrity of the department's financial and operational processes, Chair. And as I said in the outset, we are committed and we are open to scrutiny on these matters, and we do definitely support the DOE. What might have happened now, it appears as if we are not trying to assist, but it's far from the truth, Chair. If you allow me to go into the next slides, hopefully we will find each other. But as I said, it's the first session where we've done our benchmarking now. We understand the problems, and we have said in one of the slides that we do see the organization, the department is in distress on a number of levels. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Jooste, sorry, before you continue, I've got a comment from some of the members now, after your explanation. Honourable Dirks, then Honourable Matlopa.
Yeah, Honourable Chair, just two questions. The first one to CLARC is that they have a meeting with the Department of Education to discuss these issues with them. Because I'm hearing that CLARC said this is their first interaction now with education. So I assume that today, as we're sitting here, is going to be their first interaction. If that's the case, that I think it is wrong. Straight away, it's wrong. Because they were supposed to have been interacting with the HOD of education to try and address before they even come here to try and address these problems. That's the first issue. The second issue I hear CLARC say that they will then look at reports and see whether they agree or disagree with the AG. Now, you come from Scopa at National Parliament. I come from Scopa in National Parliament. She comes from Scopa in National Parliament. There's one very clear rule we had that don't come and tell us that you are not agreeing with the AG's report. We take the AG's report as a final authority. Because we had a situation where one department once wanted to take the AG's report to court. And we did not allow any department or anyone to come and tell us at Scopa that I don't agree with the AG's report. We will take this on review. We don't agree with it. You must go meet as a department. The AG fix up what the AG say. Go and explain to the AG. Don't come to the Scopa and say we don't agree with the AG's report. That is very, very dangerous territory. Once you want to say to us now that you don't agree with the AG's report, we're not going to entertain anyone that say they don't agree with the AG's report, whether they agree or not. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Matlopa.
No, thanks, Honourable Chair. No, thanks to Honourable Clark for explaining. But I was having the very same question that Honourable Dex have raised, because that's why I raised this thing. Because my understanding is that although they have been appointed by Treasurer as independent to oversee, but our understanding is that before they come to us here, they first go to the department and deliberate and point to wrong things, so that when they are here, when the chair wants them to hear from them, after AG, they will say, yes, what the AG is saying, I have also met with the department. These are the recommendations that we have put in place. This is how we are monitoring that, because he's saying that they deal with financial performance, internal audit, internal control, and advise the department. That's what we're expecting. The question was to say, when they come here, did they first start to the department? But I think my colleague have raised this particular thing because he said is new. But I don't think that this committee is new. Because like us, this is a servant administration. We can't make an excuse that we are new, you know, because the institution, they keep the records. you look at them before you continue with your work. What has been done, what has not been done. Have they met with the department? Because even if he's new, he will say that I check on the reports that were there. Legacy reports, we are all given the legacy report. So it's not an excuse to come here to say we are new, this is how we are starting now. You know, because the legacy report should have been read by the incumbent before comes here. So, Chair, we appreciate the work that they are doing, but please also they must not tell us to say that they will disagree with Auditor General. You know, Honorable Chair, you have got an experience. We're together in the National Assembly. When the Auditor General, yes, the departments can query with the Auditor General until they meet somewhere else. But when they are coming to us here, you can't tell us that when they give us the report today, CLARC will say that we're going to differ with the Auditor General. There is nothing like that. We'll not accept it if we are still part of this Scopa, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
All right.
Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chairperson. I concur with my honorable members that have just spoken, Honorable Dex and Martin. Chair, AGSA is a Chapter 9 institution because probably we need to redefine what the CLARC is not defining. So it's a Chapter 9 institution, and we know their roles and their responsibilities. But the internal audit unit, now, you know, Chair, one thing that I'll say, probably it will assist us going forward because what they've just said, it's you can't. Dex said it's wrong. I'm trying to find a proper name to use because they are just a unit that has been launched by the Treasury. They are not a Chapter 9 institution. So they can't come here and say they can do this, they can do that. In an actual fact, my understanding of all these things is them as the CLARC, they should go and do their assessment within departments so that when the AGSA comes, they work with the AGSA to say, these are our findings on this department. Instead of them coming here
Honorable
to say...
Chair, Honorable Chair, sorry to interrupt on a point of order, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, you have not asked the Honorable Member to switch his camera on before he speaks, then he can switch it off, because he must show his face in terms of the rules. They have to show his face in terms of the rules. You know what the rules say. These members here doesn't know who's speaking. And if you can ask the whips of Umkhonto and Sizwe to ask the member to come in the house.
On that date.
Honorable Dirks, I don't know if I should take you seriously on that or let Honorable Mbata finish. Can you turn your camera on, Honorable Mbata?
It's on, Honorable Chairperson. I hope Dex is happy. Honorable Dex, are you happy now? Can I switch it off?
Okay. Members.
Chairperson?
Back to the business. Sorry, Honorable Mbata, I'll give you a second. Just give me a second. I really would like us just to focus on the business of the day.
Okay.
We can decide whether or not we would like to continue with this presentation. I hear the concerns, they are genuine, but at the same time, I would like us to start engaging with the two entities on what they've told us about the Department of Education.
I was not done, Chairperson.
And then we can call the department in so we can engage with them. I really don't want to spend the entire morning arguing about, AGSA versus the public audit risk. But anyway, Honorable Mbata, please conclude your comments and then I will sum up and then we can move on, please.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. No. Lastly, Chairperson, I was saying this is just my understanding of what should happen. I'm saying now the internal audit unit embedded with the department, it means that they go and detect of all the risks that are within the department, pre-audit of some sort. And then that pre-audit must be ready before the AGSA steps in. So in other words, if there is such a unit, that unit does not work against the AGSA, lack of a better word. But their responsibility is that when the AGSA visit the Department of Education, this unit must first be the first people to report to the AGSA to say, listen, we've done our assessment, we've checked the department, these are our findings and these are recommendations. And then the AGSA will then continue with this work and then check whether the unit was correct or not. And then the AGSA will come and then report to us as the AGSA must be here, and we are listening to two contradicting outcomes of their research, whatever the thing is. So that's all I wanted to say, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honourable Bata, I think you make a good point. Mr. Jooste, we have received your presentation. I'm just mindful of the time as well, because on the agenda we were supposed to be done with the interactions on the briefing before we call the departments in. So, Mr. Jooste, can I literally just give you 2 minutes just to quickly wind up, and then we will get to actual questions from the members to AGSA, questions of clarity, and to yourself, and then we can move on to the actual engagement with the department. Mr. Jooste?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll give it my best. In response to the questions raised by the members, the first one around, our view on disagreeing with the AGSA. Maybe just to clarify that, to say that we do not challenge the AGSA's outcomes. We say during the process of the audit and there are issues of the findings and there's disagreement around findings, we would stand strongly to actually pursue the correct position on the matter. But at the end of the day, we do definitely want to agree with the AG. But if there is something of such a significant nature that we find disagreement, there's a process around that. I'm just saying that as far as the Audit and Risk Committee is concerned, we will pursue the correct interpretation of the matters. That's in the AGSA. Then, Chair, in terms of whether the department knows about these matters, we had quarterly meetings. We had a quarterly meeting in September. We met with the AG before the issue of the final audit reports. So we are very, very au fait with the issues raised by the AG, and we're in agreement with those findings, and we basically confirmed that agreement through this presentation so far. We also meet to ensure consistency across departments when the AG does its reporting, and that there's no anomalies as we move across. As far as the legacy reports are concerned, I just want to assure the member we have actually had access through our induction and through all our processes. We've had access to almost every issue. Chair, if I can just ask just the one slide to move quickly, and just point out quickly what the purpose of that slide is, and maybe the members can look at that and see if they can find comfort there. Just throw one slide, Secretary, in my last seconds. Chair, so
which slide is it?
Yeah, this is the one that now speaks. Okay, it's jumped to number 3, but there are 3 years. We have now put together a roadmap. We're saying that all those issues that I've spoken to, we need to put that into a roadmap, and we need the department to start working with us. Now, we have sent reports to the departments, the MECs, and the HODs. We have been trying to secure meetings to further discuss this proposal with them. But this is really what needs to happen, Chair. The results are there, the evidence is there. We've been shared. We understand the problem, and we're saying for us to turn this around in our term over the next 3 years, this is where we must focus. This is what we need the department to work on. So we're not just repeating what the AG has said. We are now saying to the department, for you to deal with your financial problems, your risk management issues, your material irregularities, here is a target, you must deal with it. Up until now, reporting has been very static. It's been it hasn't taken a future view and a future look on how to address these matters. We have now put that vision on the table, Chair. And we're hoping that going forward in quarter 2, 3, and the rest of this year, that we do see some meaningful positive movement and not a continued deterioration, which is what we've demonstrated through the evidence here, that things have deteriorated. And we're now saying we need to move into the space that takes us forward as a department chair. Chair, I'm hoping I've given the members some level of assurance, but essentially the Audit and the Risk Committee is there to support the department to attain that unqualified audit. We know what needs to be done, and we hope that that the accountability ecosystem starts functioning so that we get results. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Yusuf, I'm going to come to you now, Honourable Dirks. Mr. Yusuf, yeah, I think you have given us some level of assurance. I think what we need to understand your role is that from here on out, I understand it's a newly completed committee now because there were some vacancies, that you will be working with departments at least on a quarterly basis, which is something that the AG can't always do. So you work with the AG, you work with departments on a continuous basis, assisting them. And then, members, if we look at and I know this report was only received this morning, so that's unfortunate, but I'm asking that CLARC delivers this report to the committee way in advance of every other hearing that we have. And then the final page of the report is useful because it points out recommendations to Scopa, which can become part of our resolutions as well. So I believe that now that we've maybe finally worked out who's who in this ecosystem, we can work with Scopa. But can I just ask, and I think this would help members as well, is when I will make sure that you get the AG presentation on the remaining auditees coming in. If you could just look at that presentation and look at yours on that same department and just remove what are duplications. Because we will hear from the AG and then to hear from yourself and to hear exactly the same thing just takes more time, and maybe just come in where possibly there are gaps, and then give us your recommendations just to really truncate your presentation, because we only have so many hours in the day. All right, so just those are my comments. So before we get into actual questions to AGSA and CLARC, questions of clarity, which I would like to, if we can, do that in 10 minutes because we still have the department waiting, I'll go to Honourable Dirks.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, you see, Chair, I think that the time for us to fight with the department and criticize and fight, we've done that in the past. It's not helping, Chair. I think we must find a way how to, we all together, Scopa, CLARC, the AG, how can we assist this department and work with this department to fix it up. We have to fix it up. It can't continue like this. Now, the AG has made our key recommendations from the AG. I just want to find out from the AG and also from CLARC because of their roadmap plan. Is there a process in AG? Do you have a process? You have made the recommendations. Do you have a process to ensure that these recommendations are actually followed for the next year, so that come next year we don't want to find the same thing, the things that haven't been addressed? Because I think that's what we must concentrate on, that process that you'll have in place to deal with these recommendations, to ensure the department comply with the recommendations. And the same with CLARC, they have that roadmap. There's no use giving the department a roadmap. We have to be there hands-on now with this department to assist the department, because fighting and criticizing is not going to help us here. We must work with this department now and try and fix this up as Scopa. It's the only way that we can do it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm taking a question then from Honourable Mbata, then I'm coming to Honourable Matlopa.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks for the clarity. I think I'm going to ask things that are almost similar to what Dex was asking, but Honourable Dex, but I'll add. I don't know how to put it that way. Firstly, can the Provincial Treasurer clearly define the distinct roles of AGSA, internal and provincial audit intervention, Audit Committee and the Clusterizing Audit Risk Committee, which is the CLARC. That's one. But two, why are the departments still receiving qualified audits despite multiple internal and provincial audit intervention before AGSA conduct its reviews? And then lastly, what mechanism exists to ensure that internal audit findings directly fit into the AGSA's work so that government doesn't play twice for the same investigation? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Matloka.
No, I want to welcome the presentation from AG and appreciate the good work that they are doing. And also, CLARC, we want to appreciate the presentation. I think the chair have tried to say maybe in the next time presentation there should be something of no duplication, and just as part of the audit and risk committee, just focus on what they are doing to try and improve for the departments to improve their audit outcomes, because they say this is their focus, financial audit outcomes. So, but I want to check with CLARC especially, because in the presentation of the Auditor General, they indicated whether, I know that he's new and he's welcome. He must not feel like we are not accepting him. He's really going to be our partner. We'll be working with him. It's because of the duplication that we're seeing, not that we are against the work that they are doing. I think I must indicate that. But in the presentation of the Auditor General, there was an indication that the challenges that are being faced by this department, we all know, as Honorable Dex has indicated, to say we must work with them. But I want to check, have they look and make a recommendation to the Treasury on the proper review of Department of Education's budget? Because it is the cause. It is the cause of all these challenges that we find in the department, because at the same time, we want to balance the service delivery to allow our kids to continue with the education and also to follow the PFMA. So this is a challenge to say, I'm following the PFMA. It means to say I leave service delivery. So that balance, I think the Auditor General, the Auditor General have really identified the right thing to say that all those, the repeats, because they are going to repeat this thing if the budget is not really reviewed. Because the challenge is in regard to the budget, the cuts that have been happening. Although we are not saying that they must not follow the PFMA, especially the accounting officer, the HOD. He must try his best to deal with that one. And the other thing, like, because they are indicating that one of the things that make them to stand on the qualified audit outcome is because of the same thing that they told them, like the issue of the irregular expenditure. I don't know why. Maybe the Auditor General may assist us, because I wanted them to repeat. I did not hear them well around the huge irregular expenditure that is not recorded on the irregular expenditure register, to say that they transfer it to, I don't know, for assessment, something of that sort, that make it to disappear on the irregular register, but at the same time, you don't know where you find that thing, because it becomes irregular. Maybe if they can explain to us further to say, what is it that is their expectation to the department to deal with that one, because we can't deal with the repeat irregular expenditure that has been explained to the department and the follow-up that has been making. Maybe if you can explain what is expected for the department to deal with that one. But thank you very much to Mr. Clark, as well as Auditor General. You have empowered us that when you go to the department, you'll be in a position to be empowered. But we request, Chair, I think you have represented us very well, Chair, by indicating that we need the report as early as we can. Because you know this thing, I was getting new gadgets yesterday, they are fiddling with it. When I opening this report at home is not opening, I go back because I got it last night and the others in the morning. Really, we don't want to tick a box. We want to read and engage, Chair. Thank you very much for raising those particular things, Chair.
Thank you, Matlopa. Just before I come to you, Honourable Mbasa, who's now in the House. First of all, it's Mr. Clark who's Mr. Jooste who's representing Clark. It's not Mr. Clark. just so we're aware. And then yes, this lateness of receiving reports is unacceptable, and I've asked Cabo to write to all the departments saying, in fact, we want everything for the rest of the hearings for the next 2 weeks. We want it today. So we'll push as hard as we can on that. Okay, Honourable Mbata, can you please turn your camera on? Honourable Mbata, over to you. I'm glad we are now into, sorry, AG, Mr. Jooste, if you can just take down all these queries, because we are now into that section now where we are taking questions of clarity. Thank you, Honourable Mbata.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now I'm here. Nobody will sabotage me because I was driving. Now, firstly, let's welcome the report by the AGSA team. A few questions, and please note them. Firstly, the audit notes that the department transfers large amount of, large irregular expenditure amount to be under assessment, which remove them from the current financial statements. So now, can the AGSA clarify whether this practice is compliant with the Pfma and the accounting standards? And then 2, does the AGSA believe that this under-assessment thing, classification, undermines the transparency of financial report, and what corrective guidance has been issued to prevent it? And then the last one, in your professional view, does this pattern suggest intentional concealment or is a systematic incapability? Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Mbasa. There are other members present. Honourable Klamuka, thank you so much for joining us. Is there any question that you'd like to pose to AGSA or to the representative of CLARC?
Oh, thanks, Chair. Greetings to your good self, honourable members. AG, I think, Chair, we have taken note of the report presented by AG, and they did present it to us, and we appreciated their honest, and we have already started to develop the action plan, Chair. I think some of the issues that they've raised, honestly, so we had a serious challenge under CFO office, which we failed to develop plans to deal with issues that have been raised. That's why they are indicating that there are issues that have been raised and they repeated itself even in the following year. because from where I'm seated, it was based on having a proper team at the finance to coordinate, because therefore we have a responsibility to coordinate all issues raised by AG. We have already engaged with ECD officials as one of the issues that have been raised in this meeting, but the team will going to present in the next meeting a progress report on the performance. I think on the the team, correct team, I'm taking note of it. I've never met, I can't remember meeting them. There are issues, from what I'm stated, there is a duplication of work. It's correct that from what I'm stated, that team is, it should be a team, it's a government team that must, established by Treasurer, must report to Treasurer with the purpose of supporting us and saying these are the challenges that they've identified, and then they will report to Treasurer, and because they are the subcommittee of Treasurer. It's not that they are independent, they are subcommittee of Treasurer. That means whatever that they do, they must report to Treasurer, and if Treasurer wants to meet us with them, we don't have a problem. We still have a responsibility to account to any institution or any structure established by government. But also, for sure, I believe they have a responsibility to also report to Prima's office of what they've done, because they work in the clusteral manner. But having that, I must appreciate the engagement even from the honorable members who have been raising critical issues, and we are learning in the process, because there's no one that have immune of knowing everything. From time to time, we are learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hlumuka. Obviously, I will give you, when we have our second meeting, your opening remarks, but thank you for that. If I can just quickly ask the AG, from our side, there will obviously, there's lots of questions for the department. That shifting of irregular expenditure to underassessment, I can't find the actual amount. Maybe I must admit, I'm looking at PSC documents and SIU documents, and I've got a whole smorgasbord here. Can you just indicate to me when you respond to the questions on what slide it is and what the actual amount is that was shifted to underassessment? And then, as Honourable Mbata, just for our education, under what rule of the PFMA can that be done? Thanks. If there are no further questions from members, oh yes, sorry, please. Some keys.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And again, I would like to welcome the report from the AG, but just a few concerns. One mainly will be direct to the AG through you, Chair. Has the AG somewhere, somehow identified a risk of the ghost employees in the department? Different levels, of course, paid monthly at a different notches. And if so, have they found the system that has been used within that particular human resource and finance section within the department? Thank you.
Thank you, Almikis. Very relevant question.
And Chair, sorry.
Yeah.
It's alleged that some of those employees are also employed either in the private sector and the municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Honourable Matlopa has something? Right. Honorable Magobane, do you have any questions to the AG at this point?
Yeah, no, mine was in regards to the issue of the irregular expenditure. Again, does the department improve on that compared to the previous year? In regard to that irregular, or the one that is being shifted to the assessment also escalates? I'm covered by the chair on the amount on the shifted irregular expenditure, not recorded on the register. So if one can get that clarity over and above that, explaining, because my question was about explaining more on this transfer of assessment. And I think also Honorable Mbata also added on the question, but I wanted the clarity on all of them. This is what is wrong, this is what is correct. Thanks.
Honorable Magobane, do you have anything?
No, Chair, I don't have anything. I'll keep my questions for the department. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, over to the AG then to respond. Thank you. Can I ask you just to keep your responses as concise as possible? We want to get the department in here as soon as possible as well. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you for the questions. We will attend to it with the team. The question from Honorable Dex in terms of how do we make sure that recommendations are implemented. Honorable Dex, we do issue recommendations to the department. We do get involved in terms of their action plans, and we do track them. One of the examples I made when we were starting our conversation was that what the audit team did for this year, because they were qualified on irregular expenditure, they took it upon themselves to go and check, is it what you are doing or what we recommended being done? And we did find that it wasn't. So in terms of recommendations, I think the regular updates to the portfolio committees that are responsible for education, regular update to the Honorable MEC in terms of what the HOD is driving, and also regular update to the Scopa committees. As AG, we will continuously track in terms of how they are doing in implementing their recommendations. There is a process that we do, which is called status of records review. If we do have capacity, we do go in and do check that. Questions from Honorable Mbata. Okay. I think those were directed to the internal audit. And Honorable Madlopa, in terms of irregular expenditure, the colleagues will come in with the exact figures on how much is sitting on that under assessment, and whether it is permitted by Pfma. Honorable members, this is permitted by Pfma. However, if Pfma says, if you are not sure whether something is irregular or not, or there's a disagreement between yourself and the auditors, you have 4 months to then go and investigate and determine whether that is irregular or not. But what we're finding with departments, I'll speak to Department of Education. The previous year, there was an issue. I think the colleagues will correct me. I think it was around 800 million. That amount was put under assessment in that other financial year. When we came back in this other financial year, it was still hasn't been investigated or determined whether is it irregular or not. Honorable members, I would not be able, as the AGSA, to comment whether it's intentional or not. I think, that would be to the structures and determine, but the law does allow them, but it says they have to determine that within 4 months. And In terms of whether the department is improving, I'll leave that to the senior manager. The questions from Honorable Mbata, irregular expenditure under assessment, yes, the PFMA does allow. In terms of undermining transparency, whether it's intentional or not, I think I have covered that. From Honorable MEC Shomuga, we always appreciate the support in driving the culture of accountability to the department. And from Honorable Mkhize, a risk of course employees and dual employed personnel. Can I just allow the team to come into that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Members.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you? I do apologize. But to your team leader, let's add something. You said right in the beginning that you were very concerned that the department was not receptive. And what brought it to mind is you just thanked Honourable Hlumuka for his cooperation. And I'm sure that the MEC is very receptive. But can you just indicate who in the department is not receptive? Because that's going to become very relevant in a half an hour's time when we have the department in here. We need to know who you and who's resisting you, who's giving you uphill, so we can address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for that clarification question. Honorable Chair, when we conduct our audit, we conduct the audit on the department and we communicate findings to the head of department or the accounting officer of the department, and we do recommendations to the accounting officer. And when we come back to assess in terms of implementation of the recommendations that we've done, the only person we deal with is the accounting officer. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the questions. I'll just highlight what Mr. Madlala probably will not have covered or just add on his response. In terms of maybe also highlighting the role of the AGSA as we have posted to the risk committee. Also, our role is to express an audit opinion on the financial statement, obtaining insight in terms of the audit process that we do, influence in terms of the engagement, as well as exercising the powers in terms of enforcement, maybe just adding to his response. Then recommendations, I think they've been covered. We also engage in platforms where we engage with the Speaker, MEC of Finance, now looking at the overall province in terms of the audit outcomes and for them to take further actions on specific department. And then I think one highlight that we normally make for education is specifically around budgets. But it does call for not only for the provincial treasury, but also the national treasury as well to come on board in terms of assisting the department in terms of looking and reviewing at the budgets. I think the question around under assessment, Kabiso has correctly covered. It is covered by a practice note. And then obviously with the assistance of the provincial accountant general, the department exercise, and then he monitors the department in terms of ensuring that it's properly implemented. Yeah, we did find some discomfort when a lot of irregular expenditure was being dumped in that other assessment. It's not part of the audit report. You will find it, Honorable Chair. In the annual report, it is disclosed only in the annual report, page 183 of the annual reports department. It's disclosed there as about 2.9 billion in that note, irregular expenditure under assessment. Coming back to the question on there is irregular expenditure there that we consulted on that they put under assessment where we're differing in terms of the assessment. And obviously there will be that communication between ourselves and the department, looking at one or two contracts of those where we felt that we needed technical guidance on that one. So continuous engagement they are being made with the department. So it's that disclosure. Then in terms of ghost employees, we've been reporting ghost employees to the Department of Education. I think in the previous 2 audits or so, they've already taken steps to investigate and find out who are responsible within the HR department. There's been disciplinary processes that have been taken by the department in terms of going further, because what we communicated was just a sample. So they went back and looked at the whole population in terms of the department. But they are doing it in consultation with the national department. So we have not received any further reports on that, other than the audit findings that we have issued to the department to look at that risk. The HOD might be also in a better position to give more details around ghost employees, but there is steps that are taken in terms of trying to rectify. In terms of the improvement on irregular expenditure, I think we noted in our presentation that yes, it is declining, but remember we also qualified on the fact that what has been disclosed is not enough. So the department needs to strengthen their internal controls. On our audits in May, when we gave them feedback around when we have conducted the audits across all the districts so that they could take into account in terms of finalizing the financial statements, that gave us an indication to say that there are still recurrents in terms of irregular expenditure. But I think with the current CFO, the CFO is now taking actions because she was only appointed in June. So she has come in, you can see her efforts in terms of trying to turn around the department. She came in a bit late, but I think if she came in maybe earlier, there would have been more effort in terms of taking into account the issues that have been reported. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any question that I left out. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
All right, sorry, the one thing I didn't hear was, and maybe I was distracted, I didn't hear a number for that irregular expenditure that's gone under assessment. I want to know how much that is.
2.9 billion.
Sorry?
2.9 billion.
And what slide is that on in the presentation?
It's not in
there?
the presentation because it is an amount that is disclosed in the annual report, so it's not in the financial statements. It's not a financial statements figure. It's a disclosure in the annual report.
It's not an accrual.
No.
No, not at all.
It's a disclosure, as Mr. Mandlala indicated, that because they were not sure, they still wanted to investigate further on it. So they will just put it there. They had 4 months to look into it, but remember, Mr. Mandlala also highlighted that there was already under assessment even in the prior year. So the time also had elapsed in terms of,
So effectively, it's being almost swept under the carpet, as opposed to an accrual's kicking the can down the road, but it's still in the road. This is putting it under the bed. And okay, that's our job, members. Our job is to chase that and to make sure it gets pulled out from under the bed. But thank you very much. Honourable Matlopa, can we say final question to the AG?
No, Chair, I think it must be taken out where it is hidden and be dealt with. I want to check it because now I want to check whether, because it was for the previous year, whether this 2.9, does it include the current year that you were dealing with, 2.9 billion irregular under assessment, whether it is for this current or previous year, because you correctly gave us the report that is saying, yes, irregular expenditure is declining, but the challenge is that irregular, that No, is that 2.9 billion that has not been determined whether irregular or not, that is parked there, that they were supposed to work on it within 4 months in the previous year. Yes.
Right. The one that is disclosed in the financial statement, I think about 1 point.
Yeah, it's 2.75.
Yeah,
275, yes.
275.
Which was 500 and something in the previous year.
Yeah,
That's why it's.
that one we have audited, they agreed. The 2.9 is what they don't agree to say that it's irregular. So it's two separate figures. It's
What they call it, Chair? If it's not irregular, what they are
in some of the audit findings, we would have said it's irregular, but then they would have said no, they don't think it's irregular. And hence, Honorable Member, I did indicate that there are some contracts where we said because of the amount on those two contracts, we will engage further and look
Okay.
into it because it does affect the operations of the department going forward. So those are in consultation with our technical department.
Can we as a committee get a list of that? Because, you know, we hear a figure of 2.9 billion. Could that be broken down for us? Would they have it or would you have that?
The accounting officer will have a detailed listing of it.
The committee requested the irregular expenditure register, which we've received. I know we received a lot of stuff, but we have received it. It should be there, am I right? But the problem is it won't be there because it's under assessment. So
it will be a different listing, sir. The irregular will have its own listing, and this one will have its own schedule. But the HOD will be able to provide because he's got all the listing.
Members, please, let's make sure we follow up on that. That's extremely important. All right, thank you. Right, members, colleagues, I think we can take a short break now. We were supposed to have started some time ago, but it's not the end of the world. Can we take a quick comfort stretch legs break? Can we say that we'll meet back here at past? That gives everybody, it's 19 minutes, but then please let's start promptly. Thank you very much. All right. Honourable MEC, honourable members, colleagues from the Department of Education and our allies from the AGSA, I welcome you all to this hearing. I think we sorted out there. I welcome you all. We've obviously had a briefing this morning from AGSA on the Department of Education, and we've also heard from the cluster responsible for education under the Provincial Audit Risk Committee. And so now we are ready to engage with the department themselves. So to kick things off, I would like to invite the Honourable MEC, Honourable Shumoka, to give us any opening remarks that he would like to tender at this stage. Sorry, Honourable Dirks? Okay, all right. Once we've done with that, we will obviously get into the start of the actual hearing, and at which stage I will ask, I think Honourable Dirks is indicating that everybody must take their oath, which we will then do. All right, I think let's start with some opening remarks from the MEC, then we can introduce ourselves, and then we can do the oath, and then get into the business of the day. Honourable Shumoka, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself, greetings to honourable members, and greetings to Auditor General and to HOD, CFO, DTGs, and other senior officials who are present in this meeting. We want to appreciate Chair to be called to this meeting to account about the performance of the department. We understand that we have a responsibility to account on how we are performing as a department, especially on the finances of our people. I must indicate, Chair, that as a department we are entrusted with the responsibility to provide quality education to over 2.8 million learners across the province. We are the only province that have more than 2.5 learners who are followed by Gauteng, which is around plus or minus 2.2 million, but we are receiving a lesser budget in terms of learners from other especially from Gauteng, but we are a province that have more learners. Having said that, we also recognize the importance of transparency, accountability, and good governance. And as we are appearing here today, Chair, we understand that we have to be honest and account on how we are performing as a department. Hence, the HOD and his team is here. We are meeting today, Chair. We are only left with 4 days to start matric examination, which will start on the 21st of October. Next week, and then on that other week, on the 27th of October, the internal examination from grade 9 to grade 11 will also start, which shows that we have a plan to administer our examination, and we are ready to monitor and make sure that our learners, they perform as they have been taught by our by our educators. We must really appreciate the role played by the Portfolio Committee for Education for playing an oversight, and they have done good things, and we've been accounting to them. But also we want to acknowledge the role played by Scopa in ensuring that we put systems in place and promoting the fiscal discipline and public confident to our people and ensure that whatever cent that we receive, we spend it accordingly. Again, our call on the priorities to set out on the APP, we've taken note of the other issues that have been raised by Treasurer. I must indicate I was likely to attend the first meeting on the briefing by AG and the other team. Okay, let me not go to that, Chair, but part of the things that have been also raised by AG findings on the ECD, and we, as a team, as a department, we have taken note of that finding, and we have started the process of ensuring that we deal with those issues that have been raised by AG. I'm specific because AG was emphatic on that, and then also dealing with other issues of finances that they've raised. We will then comply with that. Having said that, with your permission, will also, Chair, will allow through you the team led by the HOD to take us through. Thank you, Chair. Right, Chair, I'm handing over to you. I'm not. I don't want to behave like I'm a chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Missy. All right. Before we get there, I would like to actually, if you can just introduce your team, and then to come back to yourself, and then let's just do the oath. I'll explain that after you've introduced your team.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and good morning to yourself and the honourable members of the committee. At my extreme left, we have Mr. Mondli Mlangeni, who is the Chief Director for Supply Chain Management. And next to Mr. Mlangeni is Mrs. Simlaba, who is the Chief Director, Financial Services in the department. Next to Mrs. Simlaba, it's Advocate Masuku, who is the DDG for Corporate Management. Next to DDG Masuku, it's the CFO, Ms. Yali Joy, and I am Kosnat Nobo, the head of department.
Right, we're now going to administer the oath. I would like you just from yourself, Mr. Nobo, just to move down the list. If I can just remind you, you raise your right hand and you state one of the following. You state, I, your full name, hereby confirm that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Or if you prefer to do an affirmation, in other words, not cite God in the oath, you say, I, in your name, hereby affirm that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. It is a Scopa procedure because these hearings are taken under oath. So I must remind everybody giving information today that you are under oath, and any information that you're given today that is false or whatever can be, I don't want to say this can be used against you, but yes, it is on record in a very formal manner. So HOD, if you'd like to just start the process and go down. So as I just remind you again, it's I, your name, hereby confirm that I tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God, or I hereby affirm that I will do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Please remember to raise your right hand.
Yes.
Okay.
I, Kosnat Ngobo, confirm that I will tell the truth,
and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. I, Yali Joy, hereby confirm that I will tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you. So help me God. So help me God.
I, Peggy Masugu, hereby swear that I will tell the truth, nothing else but the truth. So help me God. This one's a problem.
I, Ntokozo Mlaba, hereby confirm that I'll tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
No code.
Yes, it's locked. It requires a code.
It requires a code.
I, Mondli Mlangeni, hereby swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Honourable Dirks, are you happy that the oaths have been taken properly?
I'm happy, very, very happy now.
Thank you.
That all these members
Honourable
are
Dirks
under oath.
is our quality control officer in terms of oaths. So, just a first question I'd just quickly like to clarify, because I know it comes up. Can I just, starting on the far end, can you just quickly tell us how long you've been in the department, coming up to Mr. Norba? That's always helpful.
Chairperson, I joined the department in 2021, 1st of May.
Thank you. Next.
Chairperson, I joined the department on the 1st of November 2021.
Chairperson, I joined the department in 1994, and I've held different 1994, and I've held different roles until I became the DTG 11 years ago.
In your current role, how long have you been in your current
11 years.
11 years, okay. CFO?
Honorable Chair, I joined the department on the 1st of July 2025, so I'm with the department for 3 months.
Thank you.
Thank you. I joined the department in 1985, but in the current role, I've been 4 years. This is my 4th year.
Okay. So the reason I asked that, HOD, is to establish the baseline. That with the exception of the CFO, all of you have been in your positions for at least 4 years, if not more. So there can be no saying that I'm the new guy and the last guy that left, that's their problem. Okay. All right. HOD, over to you. You've taken the oath. Your team have as well. And now we would like to hear your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you running the presentation from there yourselves, or are we assisting you?
Someone is assisting us from our side.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Yes, the first presentation is going to be, we're going to be led by Ms. Joy, who is our CFO, and I'll hand over to her.
All right. Thank you very much. Very good morning to yourself, Honorable.
Ms. Jolie, as you move through, can you just go let us know slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, so we can just make sure we follow you, because sometimes these screens are quite far away. Thank you.
Thank you. A very good morning to yourself, Honorable Chairperson. Very good morning to the honourable members, to the honourable MEC, HOD, my colleagues, and the support team, and a very good morning to the Office of the Auditor General as well. The first presentation is on the Audit Action Plan, and it is to take the meeting through the audit outcomes and the response in terms of the action plans from the department in terms of addressing the matters identified. We will go to slides 2, Honourable Chairperson, where we are showing the overall outcome in terms of the department for the audit of the 2024-2025 financial year. Where the department's audit outcome was a qualified audit outcome with findings. And if we look at the previous year, this shows that there hasn't been any movement in terms of the audit outcome. As in the previous financial year, we did receive a qualified opinion as well. And it is around the disclosure of irregular expenditure, which led to a material misstatement in the financial statements due to the completeness issue. In terms of the overall performance when it comes to the reported performance information, I think the department in overall showed an improved overall improvement, but there were programs that showed a regression. And with compliance with legislation, there were also some issues that were raised. And if we go to slides 3, we will see the main issues that affected the audit opinion, which was the disclosure of irregular expenditure, the completeness of the related indicators in our performance information, as well as the prevention of the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The issue of the payment of the suppliers within 30 days was also raised as a matter that affected the audit opinion. As well as other compliance issues around the disclosure by suppliers in the SBD4 documents, as well as provision of these documents. So these items were affecting the audit opinion in terms of the findings, but the ones that led to the qualification are numbers 1 to number 3, that relate to the disclosure of irregular expenditure. On slides 4, we have indicated in terms of the action plan, which the department is currently undertaking. And when it comes to addressing the issues of the irregular expenditure, we have included our action plan to show that the department will be concluding its exercise in terms of reviewing the irregular expenditure, which is under assessment in the 2020 for the 2024-2025 financial year. We are also reviewing current expenditure transactions for the current financial year. And once this is concluded, then we will proceed with the determination testing. But of course, Chairperson, this depends on the resources that are available, and we will see as well when we are dealing with the presentation on irregular expenditure, the issue around the resources and the work that is to be performed. And once this is completed, the required information will be submitted for condonation. But this first part, honourable members, just deals with the identification part of it. And what the department has also done is actually looking at the preventative measures instead of just coming at the end just to check and identify what is irregular. So the department has updated our checklist. We went back after the audit and just looked at the adequacy in terms of the checklist that we were using. So this has been updated to cover all legislation issues so that before any transaction is made, it is actually tested against this checklist. This has been workshopped with the districts and has also been implemented with immediate effect. And of course, then what will be left is for the head office officials to actually perform the visits, and in terms of the checks in terms of the monitoring of the implementation. This has also, requires that we also review the capacity and the composition of our evaluations committee. But in overall, Chairperson, the strategy is to enhance the overall control environment by concentrating on preventative control so that we could reduce and minimize, if not prevent, the weaknesses in terms of the internal controls. Over the slide, on slide 5, the matters relating to the performance indicators, some of it were dealt with during the audit, where the annual report was updated, and going forward, this will be monitored on a quarterly basis, and also just to ensure that the information that is requested by the auditors is provided through on time. That will cover the next 3 findings. And when it comes to the prevention of irregular expenditure on slide 6 at the bottom, I think what I've just outlined for irregular expenditure also touches this finding, because in as much as we disclose it in the financial statements, what is key is that we prevent these types of expenditures by enhancing our control environment. The department, besides irregular expenditure, is looking into the issues as well of the unauthorized, which also did show or was reflected in our financial statements, the unauthorized expenditure, as well as the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But these 2 types of expenditures are actually, closely related to the financial status and the financial position of the department, in that with the reduced baseline of the budget, the department, is not affording its operations, and hence you see that with the unfunded wage agreements, what it has done, or what it means, is that it has reduced the operational expenditure, operational budget to fund the unfunded wage agreement. So this has led to a lot of, unintended consequences, and one of them means that breaching, contracts in terms of paying on time, and hence we see that we are being charged interest for late payments, and also for not meeting some of the court orders that have been issued on the department. So as well as the unauthorized expenditure is very similar, because with the reduction in the budget and the non-restoration of the baseline, this continues from year to year, as we see ourselves continuing to accrue accruals into the following financial years. In terms of slide 7, the payment of 30 days, I've just covered that. And there was also a lot of items, some items identified around the completion of the SBD4 forms, and this is included in the checklist that I have just indicated. And so this will be monitored. There's also the issue of the SBD4 form, which was not provided by schools, and this issue has always been an issue of disagreement. And finally, National Treasury has issued an instruction note on this issue. So from now onwards, we will no longer be required to actually provide SBD4 forms where we've used schools as venues. This is because schools are an organ of state, so they are not required to provide that information. So this finding will automatically fall away, because this is no longer relevant. So with that being said, Chair, in terms of the progress, on slides 8, we have implemented, our enhancement of internal controls in terms of the checklist, and we will continue to do spot checks in the absence of, as well of the officials under the internal control unit, where there is a high rate of vacancies, but we'll continue to do this on a continuous basis. With our issues that are leading to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as the unauthorized expenditure and the non-payment of the suppliers within 30 days, there are continuing engagements to try and resolve the issues around the financial constraints. And they're raised at various platforms, be it our bilateral meetings, our 10-by-10 meetings, and also the meeting of the minister with the MECs. And recently we also did have a visit from the Minister on the 29th of September around the very same issues. So, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, whilst these discussions, are at an advanced stage, there is no concrete solution that has been provided at this stage. For as long as we are still in progress with that matter, it will most definitely affect these areas that have been identified in the audit report as well. In terms of the performance management, we also had some targets which were not met as a result of the financial constraints. But in overall, our action plans aim to improve, the information that is provided to be provided timelessly, and also the quality of the information. We also, in addition to the NHA items, had management report items, which are contained in the schedule that was provided as well in terms of the detailed Excel schedule. But these items, just in overall, related to compliance matters in terms of procurement management processes, some processes around COE in terms of appointments and terminations, and also there were other sector audit findings as well as infrastructure findings. The action plans for this, if you look at the nature of the findings, you'd see that similar findings were raised, throughout the districts, which is why, in terms of our action plan, in terms of improving the control processes, we have ensured that this must be looked at from a proactive point of view, in terms of the checklist, in terms of instead of just only waiting for the audit to give us this information. So this involves a lot of work at the beginning, and I think we will start seeing the results towards, as from, because we started around about September, October, in some of these issues. So as we go closer to the year end, we will see the improvement in terms of the controls. What also is key is the consolidation and analysis of these documents from district and head office level, that it be performed on a regular basis. So when reflecting on the outcomes and in terms of the strategy, I think one key thing was the communication between the head office and the district offices, and this coordination is going to be improved so that we can ensure that we provide the information on time, and also that we ensure that the correct or quality assured information is provided. There were some instances of disagreements, but of course, because of the timing, these were actually, could not be dealt with during the audit. So this improved communication is going to assist with that, because this is a huge department, and it does, involve quite a lot of individuals in terms of providing the responses. And one key thing that we also need to consider is to try, in as much as is possible, not to maybe have the discussions of the draft management report right on the 15th of July, where we only have 2 weeks left, because it basically means that there's no further engagement that can be done. So if we improve our communication, we can ensure that we drive this process to a much earlier process. And of course, this will need engagement with the AG at engagement stage, so that we can deal with issues, and we can even get responses to these findings before the management report, so that we don't discuss some items for the first time at the management report level. This will involve having regular meetings internally and as well as externally, in terms of the audit steering committee, and this will ensure that we address all issues. As indicated earlier, Chair, included there on slides 10 is as well just the overall strategy is the enhancement of the control environment by implementing action plans that are preventative and not ones that are reactive and just responding responding to issues. Basically, what we're doing as a department is going back to basics in terms of our internal control processes and enhancing these such that they are part of our day-to-day process. But what is key, this is the dependency of this is if we have, the posts that are vacant, if those posts can be filled, because Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, it doesn't matter how strong your controls are. You can have the best internal controls, but if you don't have human capital to actually apply these internal controls, they become worthless. So it is very key, the issue of the filling of the post, but it is very much dependent on the issue that we are still struggling with and getting a solution in terms of the financial constraints that are affected by the that are affecting the department. Just as an example, if we look at, almost all the districts, we don't have ADs for SAM. In Herigwala, for example, we don't have a deputy director for finance. That's the person that heads finance in that particular district. In HR, we have a DD, but under the DD, there is no staff. So then it becomes very difficult in terms of saying you're going to implement your standard operating procedures properly. And this is just not in Herigwala, it is evident in all the districts throughout the province. So it does impact the issues of internal control, because you can find that one person, can perform functions of 3 people where those people are not there. We find, there are officials also who may be acting without acting allowances, and some are even skeptical to even assist, in a lot of the instances, because then it becomes to say, oh no, these are not my duties. And when we are trying to assist with the limited resources, we end up then being exposed. And when it comes to consequence management issues, you rather not start and perform anything if it is not relating to your function, if there is no one there. So this puts us in a very difficult position. But most definitely, honourable members, as soon as the issues of the fundings are resolved, the priority would be to fill all these critical posts. I then move on to the material irregularity as presented in the next slides. And if we can just go and skip, because slide 13 is just a definition of what material irregularity is, and go to slide 14, where it just shows us a summary in terms of what is the department is still dealing with, where we are left with 2 findings that are still in progress. And that first one was the learners not being fed, which caused a substantial harm. And the second one was the non-compliance in terms of the payment of the hostel allowances to ineligible beneficiaries. For the first one, in terms of the NSNP finding in terms of the learners which were not being fed, the progress is on slide 15, where we are still at the stage of where we need to appoint and finalize an independent service provider who will actually perform the independent arbitration process for us, as detailed on slide 16. We had 3 findings, which one was resolved, but there's still a disagreement in terms of the finding around the JV agreement, which was included as part of the bid, and the page that was not initialed and signed in the bid document. So the arbiter will proceed to look at this process, being a neutral and legally qualified arbiter. We've indicated that this process is key, that it goes through this process so that the accounting officer can be able to identify who can be held responsible for the 2 remaining findings. And of course, at this stage, the SM process was done and completed, but due to financial constraints, we could not proceed, as this particular order cannot be issued unless we do have funding available. We have communicated it to the Provincial Accountant General so that it's one of the matters that are outstanding, that are dependent on the approvals and on the availability of funds. So it is part of the processes that have been applied under Sections 18 intervention of the PFMA by Provincial Treasury, where it is awaiting a response. So this whole process will then allow the accounting officer to address and deal with the issue once the appointment is finalized and the work is done. On slides 18 and over slides 18 to slides 20. In terms of the payment of the hostel allowances, on slide 19, we've indicated that the department immediately terminated all those existing allowances on PERSOL, and further checks were done on the full population. And the department was concluding its internal investigation processes, but the existing procedure has been definitely revised, and a circular was issued, circular number 11 of 2025, and this new procedure, as detailed on slides 20, is actually changing the whole process in terms of leading these allowances to terminate each year and an application to be done on an annual basis. This then ensures that checks are performed at the beginning of the financial year to ensure that the correct officials are paid the allowance. Honourable members and Honourable Chairperson, that brings me to the end of my presentation, and as recommended on slides 21, we recommend that Scopa notes the audit strategy of the department to address the qualification issues of the audit findings, as well as the action plan in general in terms of addressing the issues identified in Annexure B. We also wish for Scopa, in terms of our recommendation, to actually note the processes initiated in addressing the material irregularity findings for NSNP and for the hostel allowances. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. HOD, are there any further presentations?
Yes, Chair. There are other further presentations that the committee had asked that they be done. One being the expenses on legal costs and the issue of the firms that were appointed to deal with the matters affecting the department. And the actual costs that were incurred over the last financial year.
And I had asked for a presentation on RT46, the fleet management.
And as well as irregular expenditure, there is going to be that yes, okay. Presentation as well.
Well, if we can have those presentations, I don't know who's going to present them.
We are going to start with the irregular expenditure.
Yeah, I think that is something of great concern to the committee, yeah. If I can just draw your mind to the fact that AGSA has advised that there seems to be an agreement on the figure of 5.7 billion rand of irregular expenditure, but there seems to be some sort of a disagreement about 2.9 billion rands, which has been placed under assessment. And obviously, I think the committee would like to have information on that. I'm sure the committee has many questions on those issues, but if I can just ask you to focus on that specifically during the course of that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I will do the presentation for the UIFW, and I will start with the regular expenditure. And if we go to slides 2 of the presentation, I will just then outline the disclosures, the categories, the condonation process, and the steps that are taken to prevent reoccurrence of this type of expenditure. Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, on slides 3, as requested, I've reflected the irregular expenditure over the 3 financial years, where we see the balance, the closing balance of the 5.7 billion as referred, as indicated by the Chair earlier. We've shown, and if we look at slides 3, we will see the additional irregular expenditure that has been added over the years during the year. In 2022-23, it was 1.5 billion. There was a reduction for 23-24 of about 900 million, and it was 587. And on 2024-25, we disclosed additional irregular expenditure of 275 million 815,000. On slides 4, we've indicated, as disclosed in the annual report, just the reconciling the reconciliation figures in terms of what was shown as additional irregular expenditure in the current financial year. And we see that an additional amount of 430,911,000 was disclosed during the 2024-2025 financial year, but it related to previous financial years. The amount that is under assessment is shown as 2.8 billion, which shows an increase relative to the 1.1, which was last year. And the only reason is because it's the same contract, and the payments also occurred in the current financial year. As requested by the chair, included in this amount is an amount of about 2.6 billion, which is still under or being reviewed, or there is a dispute, but I will talk to it later in the slides, but I will also refer to slides 4 as I proceed. The different categories of the irregular expenditure on slides 5 are shown over the years, where I have...
Sorry, are you not putting this presentation up?
It was up.
I believe it was circulated.
Okay. Apologies. I thought it was up, Chair.
Can I?
Yes, Kabu, can you assist us?
Yeah, apparently Shanti is having a problem. It's loading, it's taking time. So I want to try from my side.
All right, Kabu, if you could put up the report. I know it was received, but please.
Yes, yeah, I want to check which of the irregular expenditures is the final 31-23.
It's the one written irregular expenditure 22-23, 23-24, and 2024-25 financial year.
Okay, because here they are in. Okay, it's fine. Let me start with the first one. They are doing 22, 20, 23, 23, 24 first.
Yes.
Okay. I'm checking the. Yeah, so that I can assist the right way.
Yeah, let's just bear with us, members. Let's get this up so we can be accurate. Thank you.
Okay, we are good to go, Chair.
Thank you. I think maybe if we can just go to slides 3, since I did not realize that it was not continuing to. Honourable Chair, on slides 3 is the disclosure as reflected in the annual report, where we're showing the various years and what has been added as irregular expenditure over the years, and the condonation of 479 that was in 2023-24, but in the previous financial year there hasn't been any condonation. On slides 4, this is where I was, in terms of just showing the reconciliation of what has been added during the year, where I had indicated that the 430 million was added, was for 23-24 financial year, but was added during the 2024-2025 financial year as a result of the exercises that are performed or were performed by the department in terms of identifying this irregular expenditure. On slides, at the bottom of that slide, this is where we're showing what has been shown as irregular expenditure, which is the 5.7 billion, and what is under assessment, which is 2.8 billion. In terms of the under assessment, as also requested by the chair, included in in those figures is an amount of 2.7, which is still in dispute. And this is resulting from a disclosure. If you see that 1.1 billion from the previous financial year is relating to the crafting of specifications, which were indicated that it was crafted in a biased manner. And this was disclosed as or was declared irregular by the auditor during the audit. In the department, post the 2023-2024 audit, engagements were held with Provincial Treasury, where the matter was looked into, and as well as going forward in terms of preventing similar instances. In the consultation process and in the documentation that was provided, this finding was based on case law, as indicated by the auditor. But in looking at the case law, when the guidance came back from Provincial Treasury, it was then indicating that the case law that had been used in terms of raising that finding was not relevant to the case. It then led to the reflecting and reviewing and asking the question, was then this supposed to be raised as irregular expenditure? The issue was then taken up technically, where we are still just allowing the AG to consult technically on the issue from their technical team. And when they do come back with a response to the department, we will then know how to treat this expenditure, and it can be two things. It's either it's going to be removed in its totality if the technical teams agree that the cases were irrelevant or the facts, or if it is confirmed, we will then proceed to disclose this as irregular expenditure. These are the two contracts for printing and the procurement of LTSM that are included as part of those figures. The remainder is about 170-something million, which is irregular expenditure that was incurred at district level, and not because there's a dispute. It is that process is required by the framework where we assess that particular transaction, whether it meets the definition of irregular expenditure or not. That exercise, we will see as we proceed in the presentation, has been delayed due to the issue of the resources, the constraints due to limited resources of the department. On slides 5, I have just shown the different categories throughout the year where the irregular expenditure was identified and cleared, and hence why our action is very, concentrating around the preventative part and the checklists. So all these specific areas, we allow a transaction before it is finalized and signed off to be vetted against all legislation from the advertisement to the closing to the evaluation and so forth, so that we can try and avoid all these issues that we see in terms of the categories that have been identified as irregular expenditure. There are some condonations which were submitted to Provincial Treasury, and these are contained on from slides 6. It's right up until slides 12, and these were 10 submissions. Some have been condoned and some have not been condoned due to various information that is still being requested by Provincial Treasury. And also Treasury on their side is also fast-tracking the return. There are still 3 submissions which we submitted that have not yet been returned. So the first submission, which was submitted by the department in 2020, we received the response in 2023, and those have been covered in the financial statements. In terms of the condonation, but the rest of the transactions, we still need to prove value for money and submit certain documentation. And there was also a transaction where Treasury still said they really can't, see the legislation that was transgressed, and they've requested more information on the finding itself. So we have included that information on slide 2. That condonation process did not proceed because it's still under investigation, forensic investigation, the amount of 3.3 million on, as shown as submission number 2 on slide 7. The one on number 3, the LTSM contract, it was condoned. The rest is still in progress, the one on the submission number 4, where the information is still requested on the consequence management, remedial actions, and so forth. On number 5 as well, this was not condoned because this did not actually there was no expenditure, no payment. So irregular expenditure is only when the payment was done. So this is at various processes as outlined in the slides, and the ones that are still to be given to us is number 7, number 9, and number 10. On the area which we are working on is the determination testing process, which is also involving a huge amount of work. And it strictly looks into the root causes of this expenditure so that we can be able to implement consequence management. So it is holding back the consequence management part because that test needs to be done, and that is reflected on slides 13 and 14. And what this looks at, it looks at the root causes that led to unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the officials responsible for this, and whether there were any losses incurred. If there are allegations of fraud or corruption or criminal conduct, then it follows an investigation process which needs to go into detail into that before then we take the recommendations of that investigation. It also looks at any breakdown in the designed internal control, and most importantly under here is Provincial Treasury also wants to see when you submit for condonation what processes are in place in terms of trying to prevent this from happening. On slides 15, we do indicate that we have approached Provincial Treasury requesting for additional capacity in terms of conducting, all these exercises. Because really, honourable members and honourable chair, if you want to see progress in this area, you would need a big team. Otherwise, the smaller your team, the longer it takes, the longer then, we get to the desired result, which is the clearing of these balances and also monitoring the processes that are on the ground. So as long as those determination tests and investigations have not been completed, then it means we cannot proceed with the matters of consequence management because those details we would not have. We are implementing our turnaround plan, which includes strategies to minimize such expenditure. But we've just, for the purposes of the committee, on slide 16, just shown in terms of the vacancy rate that we have in our internal control unit, which is the unit that should be assisting the department in terms of the expertise, in terms of, leading this process. So, we don't have a director. That post is vacant. And under the directorate, it's got risk management, fraud, ethics management, and as well as internal control. And if we look at risk management, the deputy director is vacant. All the assistant directors' posts are vacant, and we only have one state accountant. So really, there it exposes us to a position to say that if we don't have these posts filled, it means we're still exposed to such risks, and risks, are aligned to the internal controls. Because once we're exposed, then it means our internal controls as well, in terms of ensuring that we implement controls. This is affected. The same throughout the other sub-directorates. In terms of the anti-fraud area, because remember we indicated that there are some investigations that still need to be done, but due to capacity constraints and the vast and the number of investigations, because that unit not only investigates around irregular expenditure, they are also investigating other investigations that are relating to schools, and we know how many schools we have. So if for us, and this unit has only got a deputy director, and the ADs are vacant. And with the state accountants that we have 5, but of these 4, next year they will be retiring, and some of them were using them in the internal control unit. So it really then puts a lot of pressure in terms of ensuring that all the investigations that should be completed are completed. And we can't then also, add on to these resources, hence why we approach Provincial Treasury. And in the normal circumstance, even if we ask Provincial Treasury to utilize their panel, the department has been paying in the past, but we have engaged the PAG to say, can this one come at your cost? Because currently the department has got no funds to actually supplement its current staff complement in this unit. Under the internal control, the DD is vacant, but Provincial Treasury has provided one resource, and this is the resource that is working with 18 interns in terms of performing the assessment exercise. So really, honourable members and honourable chair, in terms of that, if we had a proper team, if we had one big team, this as a department we would also, be looking forward to actually just completing these balances and dealing with current issues instead of still looking into historical balances. So we're still awaiting, as indicated on slides 18, for Provincial Treasury to come back to us with regards to the resources that will assist us with the UIFW. But we are working with Provincial Treasury as also in the implementation of the Financial Recovery Plan. We find ourselves in the same position to say that if we don't have the relevant officials in those positions, it's very difficult to be able to see the impact of the plan. Because if you do one thing at a time, the other areas are left unattended. So, but if you have a team that is allocated specifically for all these areas and they perform the work concurrently, all at once, you would be able to see the impact at a much faster rate and at a much faster pace. So we are waiting for these resources. But whilst we're waiting, we've just indicated how much work has been done for irregular expenditure on slides 19. And when this exercise started, it started in November 2024, and it was mainly in preparation of the 2024-25 financial statements. And we just did not look at 2024-25 financial year. We actually looked at the other two previous financial years, starting from 2022 and 2023. 22-23 alone had 5,151 transactions. 23-24 had 7,752 transactions, and 2024-25 had 5,325 transactions. So all in all, we had to look at 18,228 transactions. And this is a big exercise with only one individual and 18 interns, because now the level of supervision, it means that the work is performed by the interns, it comes back, whatever needs to be corrected goes back. So it did not reach what we wanted by the time we disclosed in the financial statements. And hence why we see that a similar finding came up when we look at what was raised in terms of the completeness. And I think it was, with the time and the timing, and we disclosed what was identified at that stage. This exercise is still continuing. We still have some transactions in the current financial year, which is about 1,310. And those that are under assessment, besides what is in dispute, this team still needs to look at 1,246 transactions. I've just given the details of the team on slides 20, but basically, for the financial statement purposes, we had about 4 officials, but still with the volume of transactions, the exercise could not be completed in time. And we started with 20 interns, but around about April, we had some interns which were resigning because they got work elsewhere. So what happens during this assessment on slides 21, it goes through the process where we look at each individual transaction. It gets looked at against a checklist of SM compliance, and the communication then happens between the districts and the team. But basically, that is what led to the identification of that irregular expenditure of 275,430,000, which was relating to the previous financial year. On slides 22, it was just indicating the work that still needs to be done. So in that under assessment, we've got a figure of 173,901,107, and that relates to items that are at district level, and that balance, as indicated earlier, of about 2.6, 2.7 is the one that is actually under dispute, and we are just liaising with the auditor in terms of resolving that. And it's important to note, honourable members, that whilst these processes are unfolding, I'm only talking to irregular expenditure here. I haven't, when it comes to fruitless and wasteful, those processes and making sure that the transactions are addressed in terms of the condonation processes. Whilst we're dealing with irregular, you can see that we've directed all our efforts under irregular, but we should be directing all our efforts towards all the other expenditure. But because of the limitations in terms of the resources, we are not able to do that. In terms of the preventative measures going forward, as indicated also in my earlier presentation, we had the workshop on the 9th of September with the districts, and our workshop covered the SM issues contributing to irregular expenditure and the measures that should be put into place, and the checklist was requested that it be used with immediate effect. On slides 24, we're indicating the head office deployed its senior staff members to all districts, where now we're having SM champions, and this is trying to close the gap in the absence of internal control, to say, let's go out there and actually do those checks from time to time. But of course, again, this will be affected by the issue of the funding, because with your traveling and S&T, we'll try to do it within the constraints of those austerity measures. The district's reporting will be looked into on a monthly basis, and we will consolidate this just to ensure that everything is disclosed. And of course, with those ones that were not disclosed, just look at the root causes as well in terms of the disclosure. We will provide this hands-on support, honourable members, so that we can ensure that this is prevented. For fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as indicated, we've just shown what was in the annual report, reported as at 199 million at the end of 22-23. It is shown on slides 27. And the breakdown is on slides 28, where we're looking at what was added in the current financial year. And we see what was added is 7.5 million. And if we go to slides 30, we can see that it mainly relates to interest on overdue accounts and also the collection fee or legal fees in terms of those court orders. This is the same that is shown throughout all the other years. We see a similar picture when we go to slides 32 for the 2023-2024 financial year, where we had about 3.3 million rands of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been added in the current financial year, and the details are shown on slides 35, where this is again around the interest on the overdue account because of the shortages in terms of our financial resources, and also those collection fees which are being charged. For 2024-25 financial year, it's also the same picture, but we see that over the years, from 7.5 million to 3.3, in the previous financial year, we were at 1.7 million rands. We are, of course, trying to enter into agreements with the service providers that we're not paying on time so that they don't charge interest. So you'll see that we do have some agreements and arrangements, but sometimes it is difficult to keep up with those arrangements, because the more we go into the financial year, it gets more difficult, just because we started the financial year with a shortfall of 3.3 billion rands. So it really means that our operations are crippled. We then move on to unauthorized expenditure, but before I move to that, on slides 41, these are the ones that had been condoned in the year. This is the condonation by the accounting officer on interest on the domestic accounts, and it was a bit of a timing of the receipt of invoices from our other municipalities and the issue of the cash flow. And also we had a condonation in terms of that amount of 136 million relating to that court judgment, where there was a dispute between a department and a supplier who took us to court and was charging interest in the meantime whilst that was getting resolved by the courts. On the last part, in terms of the unauthorized expenditure, Chair, we have currently unauthorized expenditure which has accumulated to 1.55 billion rands, and we have reflected per financial year and this one just includes a little bit more information because we're starting from 2019-20. So I think we can skip those slides, but from 22-23 we had about 4 million unauthorized expenditure, but it is relating to the issues of the unfunded wage agreement and the shortages in the funds. So if we can just go to slides 53, It just shows a summary of over the years of what unauthorized expenditure we've been accumulating, and it's a total of 1.5 billion rands relative to the 26 billion rands which has been actually reduced from our funding. This has really had a negative impact, and we've shown the years on slides 54, and in terms of what has been reduced in terms of the baseline. And the sad reality is that even if you look at the outer years, you can see in terms of National Treasury, there are still, it still seems like we'll still be having reductions in terms of our budget, as we see that in 26-27 it's looking at 5.5 billion, and 27-28 it's 5.6 billion. This is not yet finalized, but there are still some talks, but as per our bilaterals and as per our 10-by-10 meetings, I think it has been realized to say that the impact of these cuts does not affect the different departments in the same manner. This department is labor intensive, unlike a department which actually does projects which can say, we will stop this project, we will not proceed. It then puts pressure to say, you can't then now say, so many, for example, educators can go home, but gradually, how we are doing it is that there is a non-filling of this post, which we're also getting a backlash from our union, because it then means that we are technically actually laying off staff without saying it. So it has got a lot of implications, and as explained on slides 55, it just means then that for as long as it's not properly funded, it has an implication in that our operations will always be affected. So we won't meet our obligations, because we're diverting monies from goods and services and to pay the current staff establishment. But still, in the current staff establishment, we still have 5 high vacancies because we can't fill the remainder of the posts. So it's just a ballooning problem until maybe a resolve around the issue of the financial injection into the sector. And it's not only for KZN, but KZN, because of our numbers, we are feeling it greatly. We do have other provinces which are closely resembling what we're currently experiencing. And I think it's something that has been looked at by the minister on an overall basis. So this leads to unauthorized expenditure. It leads to growing accruals and supplies not being paid on time. It leads to schools not receiving their transfers on time. So it leads to a lot of problems, because if you look at all these consequences and you go back and say, what is the root cause of the problem? Then we say the root cause of the problem is the issue of the baseline, which has been reduced and which is actually has got replica effects. We've shown on slides 57, honorable members, what we mean by this, and we will see that the non-funded portion of the national wage agreement affected us by 2.3 billion. Where did this come from? It meant that you had to reduce your operations by 2.3 billion. For the pay progression by 425 million. And we've got other mandates that we should be implementing that we're not. And these are outlined where you look at our norms and standards, where we're saying we haven't reached the accepted benchmark. What is the shortfall? It's 1.8 billion. These others are also shown in terms of our ECD underfunding. And if the norms and standards is underfunded, what does it mean? It means the schools can't keep up in terms of paying for electricity and water, and then it means the department is to come in and pay for those accounts. And if the department doesn't have the funds, then it then creates, that disruption in terms of operations. So we've outlined all those other mandates that we should be implementing, but are affected, and this includes even with rolling out new curriculum like coding and robotics, and we've shown that amount. So this unauthorized irregular expenditure really is something that should be looked at, and we're looking at facing exorbitant litigation processes as indicated on slides 58. From your interested parties, from your unions, from your SGB associations, and so forth. As our schools should be supported in terms of the norms and standards, and each classroom should not be left without educator. We did take the item of the educator post basket. In terms of currently we've got 90,057, But we're also looking in terms of the funding, and the options were taken to Cabinet, and the resolution was that we can retain the current post basket, and it is largely because of the rejection from the unions of what we had proposed in terms of reducing the cost basket. In terms of unauthorized expenditure, honourable members, that is the position, and just those slides are just reiterating what I've indicated. But I'd like just to go on slide 62, where we are implementing the turnaround strategy in terms of looking at your cost containment measures, managing just the cash flow and focusing on key service delivery issues. But it really becomes difficult without a cash injection, as a lot of processes are affected, and it really just gets to a point where you've got items captured and authorized on the system which should be released but can't be released because there's no funds. So it's a matter of that where you just need at all times to say who must be paid, who must not be paid, who are you going to say is more important than the other person. So it really becomes difficult, and we are currently under sections 18 of the PFMA in terms of the reduction and issuing any new orders. But I mean, for the current financial year, we've only issued orders around your cleaning security, and now we've been given a go-ahead for the stationery, but even that is very limited. So we still need the cash injection. On slides 63 and 64, I've just shown some of the cost containment measures that we are implementing as a department. But even in the current financial year, as at the end of 24-25, we accumulated 1.5 billion of unauthorized. As we are moving in the current financial year, because we haven't received any cash injection, we are anticipating, as per our projections, that at the end of the 2025, at the 25-26 financial year, we're projecting about 1.2 billion rands until we receive any funding. Our immediate cash pressures are shown on slide 67, and this is just really reiterating what I've said, because if the unauthorized expenditure is not approved with funding, it means it becomes a first charge. It means we must pay it back. So if it's not funded, it's still going to contribute to having less funding. The shortfall for the COE, I've indicated it, and some immediate costs, which are your fixed costs, and this includes your leases, your fleet services, your cleaning, security, your SITA services in terms of your support, in terms of the computer framework and the likes. And then we included the unaffordable mandate. So if you just look at the top part, you can say those are the immediate challenges, but the others also need to be addressed, because if they are not addressed, they are impacting what is currently happening in our short term. So overall, if you look at the calculation at the bottom, it's about 12.8 billion. So it becomes something that really needs the intervention at a national level, where we can look at how then the department can be assisted in order to continue to meet its constitutional obligations. The tables that follow is exactly what was disclosed in the financial statements, but it was summarized in the pages earlier in terms of what we have been incurring on an annual basis. Honourable members and Honourable Chairperson, we just on slides 83, just indicating in terms of the current status, we're saying that all those need to be considered, even the short-term interventions, so that the department can at least break even without then saying there are other items that we can fulfill over and above to what we have. So without this funding, the department is still unable to implement everything and honor its constitutional obligations. And if it continues like this, you will definitely expect that when we come back to Scopa, we will still disclose that there was unauthorized expenditure for as long as the issue of the financial constraints has not been resolved at a national level. Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, that brings me to the end of the presentation. And as per the recommendation, we are recommending that the Scopa notes the report in terms of the challenges and as well as the measures that are being implemented by the department when it comes to unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD. Who's going to give us the RT46 report?
The next two reports, which will be the fleet report RT46, as well as the legal costs, are going to be presented by DDG Masu.
Just, sorry, on the RT46 report, I've received it and I've seen it. The fundamental issue, and this is why it's come into the ecosystem of Scopa, is because it was picked up in oversight that the contract was causing trouble. So we're trying to assess how bad it is across departments. We have the full list of all the vehicles that are on the fleet management system and how much has been spent, but the critical thing that was asked is how many vehicles are not functional because of delays caused by the fleet management contract. That's the critical nub of the issue that we're trying to get to try and see if there are ways to fix that across all the departments. So if whoever's going to present on that can just focus on that particular issue. The issue arose in health, where we found that we have 50% of ambulances, maybe even more, that are not on the ground, or not functional. So if you could just focus on that, please. Thank you. Because it's not in your report, so I hope you have some indication.
No, I think that part, Chair, the one that you're referring to, of how many vehicles are inoperational because of the problem to the contract, we must say we did not prepare it in that way. We prepared it in the way that we have submitted. But we do know that there are vehicles that are
Let me assist you and save time. So your report said that you've got 626 under fleet management at the moment, which is made up of school buses 164 and lightweight vehicles 462. What we're trying to get to is how many of those vehicles are functional. If you can't answer that today, which is unfortunate because that was exactly what was asked of the department, can you please get that to us as soon as possible, along with a report? So in other words, you've given us a very detailed list of vehicles and expenditure on them and that, which is great. But extract out of that list which ones are non-functional, what's wrong with them, how long they've been non-functional, and then a comment as to why that is the case. That would be extremely helpful for us as a committee, because we can then make that part of our resolutions later. I don't want to waste time if you can't answer that today.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll do that, Chair. We will provide with the list of inoperational ones.
All right, then with the permission of the members, without that information, I don't think it's necessary to go through that RT46 report. We've got the report, but the essential bit is not there. So then proceed to, what was the last report? Consequence management.
The legal costs, yes.
Yeah, okay, you can run through that quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to honorable members, the MBC and the colleagues. The report on legal matters, it will then reflect the legal costs that have been incurred by the department for the 2024 to 2025 financial year. We have listed, as requested, what were payments made, and the first one would be where we engage the services of a legal firm. The name is indicated. Let me check if it is reflected on the screen. Still. Now if I can proceed or wait until it is. Okay. Thank you. We go to slide 3 because the slide 2 is on the purpose. Slide 3 is just listing the cost, specific costs incurred. First one is a company, Gattle Bosfield, who represented us on the issue of the Caesar Water for non-payment of water services to different schools in Ilembe district. Given the level of complexity, maybe I need to give a reason why we engage legal firms. It's only in respect to those cases that are complex in nature, where your normal internal capacity cannot assist you to deal with that. So in those cases, we will then engage the legal firms. But there are two ways we employ the services of independent legal firm. Those that are on the database of the department, but we also use state attorney for some of the cases. These are individual law firms that are on the database, but they are not procured through state attorney. So the first one I've just indicated, the amount paid was 365,836, and there was also an invoice for 1.7 million, which we paid. The next one was in regards to NSNP appeals, because it had to do with issues of procurement, so we had to engage the services of experts in the area of procurement, clearer attorneys, and we incurred an expense of 2.8 million based on the invoice submitted. There was also number 3, a labor court matter that dealt with the appointments, and then that was also by the same law firm for 228,000. Also again on NSNP appeals, because this has been ongoing, is 1,170,000. On 5, also on appeals there, where we've also been invoiced for 912,505. The 6th one is the representation on a criminal court case for principals for attempted murder. And the Hlengwa Mkonza attorney's firm was employed, and that was the invoice paid, 115,000, 43,000, and 140,000. The other one, 7, is investigation on allegations relating to mismanagement of funds, nepotism, corruption at various schools under Pinetown districts. There we engaged the services of a law firm called Ziku Accountants, and we paid 815,000. Disciplinary, 8 one is disciplinary action against certain employees under Pinetown district and Truro House in the main. And we also opened criminal cases against that. So the companies, that company that was utilized, that was SCM-related matter, was Mora Incorporated. These were the amounts paid, 96,000, 78,000, and 70,000. The next one is 9, the Norton Rose Fulbright has been providing legal services in terms of legal services advice to the department and represented the department in various different disciplinary cases and court cases. And they have been paid an amount of 846,937 and 1.1 893 respectively. And the 10th one is unlawful assault of a learner at a school called Vugani Mazulu School by an educator. And there was then, these are the fees that were paid to Rapora Mulele attorneys of 600,000. The next one, 11, injury of a learner at school where a minor fell in an guarded borehole, fire left unattended by the caretaker. And for that, we employed a company called Kzn Doe and Associates, and we paid 292,000. The 12th ones attending to different disciplinary hearings with the level of complexity involved. We also there utilize services of a legal firm, and those are the invoices of 116,000, 19,000, 36,000. Hourly costs, that was also asked, how much we pay and what informs that. The costs and fees payable to legal firms in terms of the rate, that tariffs that are prescribed by the High Court tariffs, they range depending on whether you are dealing with an attorney or you are dealing with counsel or senior counsel. They are paid, and they charge an amount between 1,500 hourly rate to 2,500. We also have, under 4, have been paying state attorney for services rendered, and where they engage the services of counsel, senior counsels and senior counsels and counsels, and we paid so far 10,780,536. We were recommending for this meeting to note this report on legal fees and costs incurred by the department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I think that concludes all the presentations to the best of our knowledge. So members, it is, I'm sure you've been waiting with bated breath. I'm sure there are many questions. So members, it's over to you. Can I have hands? I'll take Honourable Dirks first. I'm sure there must be many more hands. Honourable Matlopa second, Honourable Mbata third, Honourable Magubani fourth, Honourable Mkhize fifth. Okay. On the platform, are there any members there who would like to ask questions? Okay. All right. Now, the way we're going to do the questions is Honourable Dirks will start off. Honourable Dirks, you can ask questions as we normally do, to and fro, until you are satisfied and you're ready to hand over your time. Remember that you stand between lunch. No, I'm joking. We can have lunch as late as we want. Now, please, members, please interrogate the subject matter that you want to thoroughly. And then once you are finished, we'll go on to Honourable Matlopa and then Honourable Mbata and so on. So please, I'll give you. So you will be, you may receive HOD and your team questions back and forth. Okay. All right. Just so we can get to the number. We're not going to give you 100 questions and get 100 answers. We're going to deal with matters in sections. And then at the end, I will ask anything that has been covered. Thank you very much. Honourable Dirks, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I think as the chief whip of all these honourable members, I will try and set a tone for this interaction.
Chief whip.
Yeah. So, you know, I only have about 3 questions. And it's really very basic questions. And I'll tell you, Honourable Chair, why this is my approach to this matter. I think it's very important that I outline my approach, why my approach is in this kind of matter. But before I outline my approach, I see that the baby of the department is only 3 months here. I see they've thrown you into the steam cooker, the pressure cooker, the meat grinder. So you have spoken a lot, so you in the firing line today, you will have to answer questions, and you're only 3 months here. But don't worry, all the bad stories you heard about us is not true. So it's not true. Yeah, you know, Chairperson, let me just say why I'm taking this approach on this matter. I think it's very important. You see, as some controversies where we rejected this education budget, we rejected it completely. And we were criticized for rejecting it, but we say we cannot go with a budget that we know that is insufficient. A budget that's going to make this department fail. And I stood in the podium there and I spoke during the budget debate. And I said, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, which is today, this department will come here and they will come and tell us that they have overspent. And I said, this budget that we are approving today is going to make this department overspend. They're going to make them incur unauthorized expenditure. And that is the dilemma that we have faced. And now today we are here, Honorable Chair, that most of the issues that the challenges that this department faces and most of the findings against them, unauthorized expenditure, overspending, arises from us politicians approving a budget that is inadequate for the department. Now today we are back here, we want to hold them accountable. And for me it's very difficult to hold people accountable that you have not adequately equipped to run the department. It's like Namtaneni, the Honorable Mhlungwane gave a different interpretation when I said that if you only give your family X amount, your wife X amount of money, and then you come home and you demand you want meat every day, but that funding is not enough for her to cook meat every day. But you demand that, then she's going to cook you meat every day, and she's going to overspend, and she's going to borrow, and then later on you want to question and say, but why did you do that? So I find myself in that dilemma here today when I have to hold this department accountable. But it does not absolve the department for some of the things that are happening there, because there are certain things we cannot condone but certain wrong things we cannot condone that's happening in the department. Now we had a huge fight with this department last year when we came in. Huge fight with the department, but I will not go there today. And some of those issues are still unresolved, which the department has given me as the undertaking. But I will not raise those issues there. I will not raise those issues. I want us to take an approach, honourable members, when we need to try and establish with this department, how can we as the committee, together with the CLARC, together with the AG, how can we walk and work together to try and get this department out of this mess that it is in, because it's in a mess. We're not happy. The MEC is not happy. I'm sure you all are not happy too, the situation that the department finally is having. But we must find a way that together we can get the department out of this mess. And you all must tell us today. That's one of the first question. You guys must tell us today, what do you all want us to do to assist you all? What you all want the AG to do? How can we assist to get the department out of the thing? That's the first thing you all must answer. You must tell us what is your view on how we can help to get the department out of this thing. Because we don't want to criticize you all, we don't want to condemn you all, we don't want to fight with you all. We don't want to do that here. That's the first question that I want to ask you. Then the second question is what the advocate raised regarding the cases. Those legal cases, because that was wrongdoing in the department. That's why you all have engaged attorneys. Do you all, at the end of the matter, if you win the matter in court, do you all recover the legal costs from the persons that were involved in the wrongdoing? Do you all recover that cost? Because you'll pay quite a lot for legal fees. Now, I understand legal fees it is a lot. So, but do you all recover that money at the end of the day? Then my other question is which the AG have raised with us this morning, which I want to really find out from you all. Why are you all failing to transfer those irregular expenditure to the irregular expenditure register? Why are you all failing to transfer that expenditure? Do you all want to give us when you present yourself here, you want to give us a nice, good picture by keeping that? Because we feel that is actually putting it on. I said it's parked off. The chair said it's under the carpet. So you'll have parked it under the carpet. Is there to give us a misleading picture of what is happening there? So can you just explain why you're not trying? Because that is the irregular expenditure, and later on it will come out. Will come out in the wash as we go along the years. And then the material irregularities is the serious problem later. And it seems like the department is failing to finalize those material irregularities. We are failing to finalize that. Yeah, basically that's what I want to ask. But we're not going to have this for thing. Next year, when situation has improved and we have addressed the issue about finances, when you'll appear before us, you'll face maybe a different Mervyn tax when you'll come here to the committee. But I think under the circumstances, this is my approach that I want to use, because I want to see this department succeed, because our kids are involved. Some of us have this department is very close to my heart, because some of us have the financial means. Before we even came to this legislature, in fact, we took cuts in salary by coming here. We had the financial means to send our family members, our children in our families. We had the financial means to send them to to schools, private schools or whatever you call them, where these kids, R, they're doing robotics and coding. And then I look at this kid at home and I say, what about a kid out there in the rural areas, in the township? This kid is having such an unfair advantage over that kid who goes to the school that I'm presiding over, because this kid is doing robotics and coding. What is that kid doing then, great R in the rural areas in KwaZulu-Natal and thing? So that thing pains me. That pains me, because that is it's unequal. Education is unequal. It's creating an unequal society. How those kids, when they go to high school and leave school, going to compete at the same level? Now, with this kind of situation we have in this province in education, there's no way that we'll be able to introduce robotics and coding properly at a R level. And that is so important, the education system that we are giving our kids. We can't be giving this old era education to our kids. And these things bothers me. So we're not here to just want to criticize and fight with the department. We want to fix the department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, let's have you responding to those queries. And then we'll go back to Honourable Dirks. If he's happy, then we'll go to Honourable Matlapa.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we will respond to the first question that says, do we recover, after the legal cases where we have actually won the case? I would say it depends on the court ruling itself, where it says that where it awards us the cost. Obviously, we do recover them from the other litigant. But the cases that you would have seen there were in the main NSNP cases, for example, NSNP appeals. And those costs were not incurred in court because they didn't actually go to court. They ended up at the Bid Appeals Tribunal. You would see the amounts there, 2 million and so on and so on. But it's got to be contextualized into, for example, how many appeals were there. And that was the 2023 cases. There were over 700 appeals then. So it's not like one case that would have cost that. The people who were appealing were exercising, obviously, their right They came with lawyers. We also came with lawyers to match, what they had come with, and we won all those cases. But there was no court order against the appellants because, they were exercising their right, and even the Bid Appeals Tribunal, obviously, doesn't have the competence to ask for costs from the appellants because it was a procurement process. In other cases, then, where we like claims, for example, against our educators. We generally would only claim the cost if the court has actually awarded us costs in our favor. On why are we not disclosing all the irregular expenditure, I think the CFO will deal with that. I think I will only deal with the one on the material irregularity, particularly on NSNP. In the CFO's report, she does indicate that basically where we're stuck is in terms of making that determination as to who should be held accountable for learners not fed. Internally in the department, we've looked at that, and we have, indicated that, the service provider who failed and breached the contract was terminated at the time, and that's the consequence management. That was meted out because the service provider did not deliver the food, and the contract that he had was for 3 years, but it ran for only 3 weeks because he failed to deliver to our expectation. We cancelled the contract. What's left is the question of the irregular awarding that the AG had actually found that that service provider had been irregularly awarded. And that's the determination test that was still, getting into because we wanted it to be done independently of us. Besides the fact that we don't have internal control, as she was reporting just now, that we have internal control by name, but it's a hollow structure, no warm bodies in it. The process of procuring, of course, was hampered by Section 18 because we don't have funds. When Treasury is not allowing us to procure because we don't actually have funds, and I think they are right in doing that. But the good thing is, Chair, is that we have finally found a way of doing this, of getting the legal part, and we are talking with the state attorney now to actually get that thing done. And we are at an advanced stage to the extent that we are confident that in the next 3 weeks or so, we should be able to be providing a report to the AG in terms of what are we going to, or what have we done, or what are we going to do to deal with the consequence management if the advice that we're going to be getting deems it necessary that we should within the department. So that's what I would say around that material irregularity on NSNP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. In terms of the disclosure of irregular expenditure and the transferring of the irregular expenditure, if we see the note which was reflected in slides 4 of the presentation, in the note under irregular expenditure, it shows what has been confirmed, which is the 5.7, and shows what is under assessment. So that is full disclosure to the users of the financial statement so that they understand that over and above this 5.7, there is an amount of 2.8. And it's not necessarily that it would be under dispute all the time. It's amounts because previously, before 2019-20, the old irregular expenditure framework just allowed irregular expenditure to be disclosed. And you found that when investigations were being done, you have to reverse now this huge figure to say it's a prior period error because you find out during the investigation that in fact it does not meet the definition. So what the new framework does is it puts it at various stages. You start at assessment. At the stage of assessment, it's saying, does it meet the definition of irregular? And these are the tests that are being run. And within the specific time frame. But of course, if it's under dispute, you can't now go and say it's confirmed until the dispute is resolved. And with the department, if we go a little bit back in terms of the 2023-2024 audit, in the 2023-2024 audit, when the department was qualified for irregular expenditure, it was around the disclosure of these items, as the AG had said, it's not included in irregular. And the department had prepared the journals to do the adjustments in the financial statements. But at the conclusion of the audit, those adjustments were not effected into the financial statements because there was still a disagreement on other issues between the AG and the department. So then it remained not disclosed. The financials were not adjusted. So obviously, when the 2024-25 financial year financial statements were prepared, the auditor would expect to see those disclosed under irregular. But between the period that the audit report was released and the preparation of the following financial statements, that's when the consultation happened between the department and Provincial Treasury. And when the technical guidance came back from Provincial Treasury saying, in fact, the cases that were used to declare this irregular, these cases are not relevant to your case as the Department of Education. So that is when the department then said, this is still under, until we resolve this between the AG, it will still remain under assessment. And we have to allow the AG to actually engage their technical team. But from our side and from Provincial Treasury, it's indicating that it shouldn't be irregular expenditure. So only when we receive that response from the technical team, will we be able then to transfer this figure and fully disclose it under irregular, or even remove it if the technical response is saying we are in agreement with what has been raised, we have reviewed, and this is the outcome. So it's not necessarily saying it's not, disclosed, but it is as per the framework, it goes through those various stages. Because if you now want to go and disclose and yet you still have not even determined, does it meet the definition? And I think this is where it stands with this, with the 2.7. Does it meet the definition of irregular expenditure if you look at the cases that were used to declare it irregular? So the full disclosure is there so that the users of the financial statements can see that there's still a 2.8, which is still under assessment in terms of determining whether it meets the definition. And even in the current financial year, with the disclosure at the end of the audit, with the identified irregular expenditure, again, we were not given an opportunity to adjust because then it was indicated that it's the same instances as last time. Therefore, we also did not adjust the financial statements. But had we been given the opportunity and had resolved the technical outcome and allowed the opportunity to adjust, you'd be able to see exactly where it's supposed to be sitting in the financial statements. Thank you very much.
Chair. I'm done, Chair, but there's just one thing that you need to answer because I want us to put it in our report. We're in Scopa now, and we want to know from you guys, from the department, is there anything you want to say to us how the legislature, the KZN legislature can assist this department so that we can put it in our report to Scopa? So when we present to the legislature, we can say, this is what the education department say, how we can assist to get this department moving. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is that I raised it also in my debate on this budgeting about the issue about learning materials. I said that will be seriously compromised. Now you said, well, it's now been signed off and now you can go out to procure, but you said it will be inadequate. So that means when you say inadequate, to me it seems like there are some schools will not have or will have insufficient learning materials for the 2026 calendar year. So is that correct as is that correct when I say that some schools will not have or some schools will have insufficient learning things, that material? That's the second question. And the last question is, Ms. Joy, before you came to, 3 months ago, before you came to this education department, were you previously in another government department? If so, which department was it?
Okay. Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Dex. I think we left out a very important question that you raised. The very first question that was saying, how can this committee, how can we be assisted as a department? I think we will be just honest and say it as it is. And it's not the first time that we're saying this. All we need really is an understanding of why we are where we are in terms of the financial challenges that we have. It's clear our budget, our baseline budget was cut over a period of 3 years. And cumulatively, when you calculate how much was cut, it is 26 billion. 26 billion. And clearly, if you look at that 26 billion and the unauthorized expenditure that we incur every year subsequently, you will actually find that it's a miracle that the actual over expenditure that we incur is far less than the 26 billion, which means what we're trying to do is helping in a way. But if we're not doing anything about strengthening controls, cutting down on some of the things that we should be doing, the situation would actually be worse. Now, that over expenditure is in the main coming from the COE side of the department, the compensation of employees side. And that is the part of the budget where we employ teachers. Now, as well as the admin staff. Now, on the admin staff, we've been cut to the bone in terms of the number of people that we have there. We are supposed to be having at least 15,000 employees on the admin side. We currently have about just over 9,000. So we're actually about 6,000 employees short. Basically, the department has been not filling posts for a number of years, particularly on the public service side, the admin staff. Now, on the teachers' side, we've got 90,057 posts, but we cannot afford all those. Now, if you approach it in simple accounting terms, you would say, I think the MEC of Finance has been saying this. If your budget is not enough, all you have to do is, he has been saying, cut your expenses or get funding or fund it. Inject funds or cut your expenditure. Now, the dilemma that we have is that if you cut expenditure, when the expenditure is actually on the COE, there's only one route of cutting expenditure on COE: cut the number of people that you have employed, reduce your warm bodies. Now, there will be certain implications if we reduce warm bodies of teachers. I mean, it's unthinkable that at a time when the number of learners has been increasing, we are keeping the same post basket of 90,057, which we have had since 2008. 2008, that's more than 15 years now we're having this. But during this period, two things have been happening. The number of learners has been increasing because access to education is improving. It's one of our constitutional duties to ensure that there's access to education. The number of learners has been increasing. The second thing that has been happening over this period is that our curriculum has been changing, requiring fewer and fewer. You're talking about coding and robotics just now, and we're in the process of, we have introduced it, but we're not introducing at the rate that we would want to because of the financial constraint. Those subjects need fewer learners. Our curriculum now, we've introduced technical subjects which were not there prior 1994 in the majority of schools. All those need fuel, but we have not increased the number of teachers. Despite not increasing the number of teachers, we still cannot afford those that we have now. And pure accounting logic says, if you can't afford them, reduce them or retrench them. That's what the pure accounting logic says. But let me end with a very important point which would make it difficult to reduce the number of teachers. Besides the two that I've mentioned, learner numbers have been increasing, curriculum has been changing and requiring more teachers. Now, if you reduce the number of teachers, what you would be doing actually, you would be reducing, you would affect only the poor schools. Because the wealthier schools, if a school had 20 teachers and you are saying you are going to give them 15, they will increase the funds paid by the parents and they will appoint the 5 teachers you have reduced their staff by. Now, a school in rural areas, if you do the same thing to them, you reduce a school from 20 teachers to 15 teachers, it won't have money to pay, to employ its own 5 teachers. Whereas the wealthier school will be able to have money to employ its own teachers. Essentially, if you reduce the number of posts in the Department of Education, we are reducing it only for a certain section of the population, the poor one. And that is where the difficulty is in terms of this option of just reduce your numbers because you can't afford. Because it's not as simple as that in terms of the consequences of doing that. So the only option that is left, and that's where we are responding, is advocate for the injection of more funds, not because we just want more funds, but because we suffered budget cuts. Basically, if you inject more funds, ubuyisa what you took. I mean, it's more like give us at least some of the money that was taken back, even if it's not the whole 26 billion, but give us back, something. Otherwise, we also are going to be suffering from this. The second thing that you can assist us by, besides just advocating for injection of funds to the department, is look at our unauthorized expenditure with an understanding of where it's coming from. The CFO's presentation clearly outlines where the unauthorized expenditure is coming from. If your budget is not enough, clearly you are going to have unauthorized expenditure if you don't reduce your operations, but if you don't reduce your COE, as I've indicated. Now, unauthorized expenditure, Chair, ends up here in this committee for condonation, and that's where you can directly assist us. Because surely we incurred unauthorized expenditure in the past financial year. We will incur unauthorized expenditure again this year if we don't get extra funding. And there is going to be a submission, for that unauthorized expenditure, coming before Scopa. And what we are requesting is that that Scopa looks at it sympathetically in terms of understanding why there is unauthorized expenditure, with understanding that the unauthorized expenditure is not arising from financial mismanagement, but is arising from something that is clear, a 26 billion budget cut over a particular MTF, and as well as unfunded wage agreements. So if we could be exempted from this of the first charge of unauthorized expenditure, for example, and Scopa has a role there, because of that understanding. Or if the first charge, is taken, in cash, that cash be returned to the department rather than it be, allocated to other things by provincial treasury. In other words, because the PFMA says that authorizes that the first charge from our over expenditure must go back to the revenue, that once it goes back to the revenue, it then gets reallocated back to us rather than generally, as part of revenue. That's one way in which the committee can directly maybe discuss this and see if it can assist us. So it's those two ways where we could be assisted.
Thank you, HOD. Sorry, I'm just mindful of time. We're already at 1:30. Before we go on to Honourable Matlope, if that's okay, Honourable Dirks,
the LTSM part, Chair, the LTSM part.
Can we please be mindful of time? Please, yes. These long explanations, what you said was 100% correct, but if we can make answers concise and to the point, please.
Okay, thank you. The LTSM, it's stationery that has been approved. Textbooks have not been yet been approved. But even that stationery has been approved with that condition that we'll have to negotiate with the service provider for, relaxed payment periods. And that's for Section 20 schools. For Section 21, we will still need, to transfer to the schools because they buy on their own. So we're not out of the woods in relation to the issue of LTSM. And we've got to be honest and say that here.
Yes, through you, Honourable Chairperson. Before joining the Department of Education, I was working for Kzn Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to Honourable Matlope, there's a reason why we ask AGSA to stay in attendance, and I would just like to get input from whichever one of your members you deem is the correct person. But the CFO has now said that there's a dispute over the 2.7 billion, and that dispute effectively is a difference of opinion between yourselves and the department. Is that correct, that it's a technical argument now or technical determination that needs to be made, and that when that comes through, we'll have a decision one way or the other? Or do we have the correct picture here as a committee?
All right. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. On the 2.8 or 2.9 billion, it's only two contracts, as I've indicated in the presentation, that are currently under consultation. And the amount, I think it's probably under around 2 billion or so of those contracts. So it's two contracts. So there's still a balance of about 174 million rand that the department needs to continue to assess. That's not under dispute. It's a consultation not on the legal cases that we used, but on whether the supply chain processes were followed by the department. The cases were used in order to demonstrate the principles of the supply chain processes. And our technical department is working on that together with the legal department. Thank you.
Well, hopefully you can find a meeting of the minds and we can resolve this. Can we please, Akabo, just note that for a resolution, that the committee will urge the department to report back to us on the resolution of that particular issue so that we can get some sort of clarity going forward. All right. Honourable Matlope, you are next. And as I say, colleagues, I don't want to confine you, but let's just be mindful of time. It is Friday. I'm sure that some colleagues would like to travel home or whatever the case may be. Anyway, Honourable Matlope,
no, thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to the MEC, HOD, and your entourage. We are pleased that AGSA is still here, Auditor General. Chair, I have to start by saying, as I said in the briefing, the Department of Education remains one of the largest and most complex department or portfolio in the government, managing over 2.4 million learners and more than 5,000 schools, and the majority in all the provinces, and also they have got a bigger slice in the budget. But Chair, we remain committed as a public representative to ensure that despite fiscal constraints, learning continues, teachers are paid, and school functions across the province. So that is our commitment. Chair, having said that, the MEC, when he started to say why this is happening, we asked him, and then he said the problem is the incapacity, shortage of the staff in the department, the team that can fast track all these things, and also the issue of budget. These are the two things that the MEC said. But also, I think the department is confirming that that is the challenge. Chair, I remember we were having the meeting on the 15th of October 2024 with the department. In the department, what was raised, it was the issue of the non-disclosure of irregular, and they cited the issue of service provider and so on and so forth. So it was one and the same thing that also has been picked up by the Auditor General. But the CFO explained the challenges that they have had, like the MEC indicated on the issue. But to us, is not the problem, although the CFO has indicated that 5.7 has been cleared, you know, on that 2.9 billion, according to the Auditor General, that was put in the assessment and not found the irregular expenditure. That was not recorded in the register. Chair, I think it's something that the department, those things that can be done, because most of the things I want to agree with my colleague here, really sitting here when the CFO is saying to us, we opened the new financial year with minus 3 billion, you know, to start working in the budget already. And also the 26 billion of the 3 years, you know, that was cut from the department. I recall that unauthorized expenditure for the previous year on the 15th of October last year when we were given the report, it was 63.5 million that was overspent. Hence the HOD is saying that it was supposed to be more than 26 billion actually unauthorized expenditure, but they are trying their best to really put. If I may ask to the Honorable Chair, to the HOD, because it is clear the request from them that they request a budget injection so that they can turn around this thing. How much maybe can be needed additional amount to the budget that you have that can assist to reverse all these things? Because I think the Auditor General, there will be no way that they will get an understanding to say because of the budget and so on, because their work is to make sure that there is compliance with Pfma and the regulations of Treasury. That is their work, and they are doing very well. But on your side, in order for you, because now we are looking at the way forward, how much that can be added to your budget to try and reverse? If you haven't calculated it, maybe you can also come back and say that because this is what we need when we request in the legislature to say, can this department be assisted by so much going forward? But what is good, Auditor General is the one when presenting that said, you know, the budget of this department need to be reviewed in order to deal with some of the challenges that have come up in their reports. So we want really to understand that one, Chair. But we appreciate the presentation that you have put before us. In the first presentation, in slide number 5, regarding ECD, there was a writing below that was talking about the time frame, 31st of August 2025. I don't know whether it's related to the process that was supposed to be finalized, that the issue that was raised by the Auditor General. I don't know whether it means that if you can go to that, you will see that underneath there is 31st of August 2025. Because if it is talking about that resolution, that was a recommendation that was identified by Auditor General, I will check the progress because August has gone past. If it is related to that information that we're giving going forward. Really, what we can suggest, Honorable Chair, here is that we, as the Scopa, we must try and also understand the challenges that this department is facing and also raise our recommendation, because the other recommendation, Chair, is to say that to the Treasury and also to the Legislature, we request that they must increase the budget of this department, covering those cuts for 3 years, so that they are in a position to be in the good state. The department to be in the good state. We know, Honorable MEC Chair, that he's a hard worker. On the issue of finances, he deals with it. We know in the other departments, the way he changed those departments. But the problem that is having here, there is no budget. You know, I was looking at this irregular expenditure. It starts from far. 2016, it comes here. You know, so now, like the new CFO coming to say, deal with this long thing for tomorrow. He needs the staff that can assist, as he has raised that. There are 18 interns, but supervised by one person. I don't think this thing will really assist us when we come next year, because I have all things for the last years. I'm quoting the dates. I write down, but I can see that it will be the same if there is no injection of the budget for this department, and also the posts that are vacant, critical posts that are vacant, because they indicated they are unfilled strategic posts that are in the that because of the budgetary constraints, that's why there is incapacity, because there are vacant posts in the department. I think I want to support the chief whip for all the members here to say that let us work with the department, get an understanding, raise these things in the relevant structures of the legislature, as well as also request the MEC for Finance to talk with the National Treasurer, both of them, to raise these challenges that we are having. Because, Honorable Chair, next year will be coming. That's why we can't fight with this department. Because it's like we want them to hang themselves. They've got nothing. They have raised it with us. And they are also requesting that this issue of the unauthorized expenditure to be looked at in a way that it can assist them not to continue having a challenge around that particular matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matlopa. I think those statements are well noted, and quietly confident that the MEC is seized with the issue, and that hopefully some good news is on the way. But I can assure you, in my engagements with the MEC, he is very, very aware of the fact that this is a persistent problem due to budget cuts. And I'm sure you've had the same discussions. Everybody understands the problem. I don't think there were any particular questions there, Honourable Matlopa. You were just making some comments, which are obviously welcome.
How much?
Sorry?
How much?
Oh, how much? Okay, can we get a very quick answer to that, please?
Yes, Honourable Chair, on slides 60.
Is it how long is a piece of string? How much budget you need? Yeah.
Honourable Chair, on slide 67, we had reflected what we need immediately. We had reflected about 5.2 billion in the short term, but that excludes, it's just to cover the field posts. But if you have to say we need to appoint the full basket, so we'll need another additional 4 billion on top of that, so about 9 in the short term. But then in the long term, we have a 7.6 billion rands that we need to cover, like your norms and standards to be up to the benchmark and all these other shortfalls in our ECD. So in total, it's about 16 billion rands to actually break even. Thank you very much. And then in terms of the ECD, the dates, we had included from August because some of the issues raised by the auditor were updated in the annual report. But in relation to the others, it's what performance management is working on in terms of what has been recommended by the auditor. But the 31 August was the updates that were required in the annual report. Thank you.
I think members would understand that if the entire provincial budget is 159 billion rand, getting 16 billion out of that is quite tough. Additionally, it's a huge amount of money. But anyway,
Chair, the issue of the hostel, payment. There was that report that we got, but I hear from the department saying that. They are still dealing with it. They continue their monitoring and so on. But I thought the Auditor General said they have stopped this thing of the hostel. So can we get a clarity which is which here?
Thank you, Chair and honourable members. We detected the reasons why this issue of payments of hostel allowances to staff who were no longer performing that function. The hostel allowances are paid to staff who are supervising in hostels, in those schools that have hostels. And when the matter was raised with us by AG, we then investigated internally and discovered that there were a number of reasons, but mainly the reason was that there were instances due to this problem of financial challenges where ordinarily educators or employees in a particular school perform the function of supervising hostels. Then there were instances where they were no longer willing due to financial constraints. And we're compelled, and the policy allows that we can use educators from neighboring schools who are willing to do that. So when they were engaged to assist there, at some point, because there are also challenges, they decide they could not, schools, principals could not notify the system that they were no longer performing that function. And when we discovered it, we then took action. We issued communique in the form of circulars as the CFO directed. To such an extent, we now renew on an annual basis people that can perform that. So for us to mitigate the problem, and we have stopped that thing. It's no longer happening. That's a report that we have given even to AG and to Treasury. Thank you.
All right, can I move on to Honourable Mbata? Thank you. Honourable Mbata, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greetings to the MEC, and the entire team led by the HOD, and the new CFO chairperson. We must definitely greet her. Okay. Anyways, chairperson and other members, you know, when we were listening to a wonderful report by the CFO, there are a lot of things that comes into my mind, and you know, ngesizulu MEC na HOD ngiyayizwela department in. It's really difficult working under circumstances where you don't have tools are enough to execute your duties. And the reality before us is painful. A Department of Education has suffered, you know, a 26 billion cut or budget cut. That's very serious. And we are not facing an audit problem, chairperson, but we are facing a structural collapse of capacity caused by underfunding. Our task today, HOD and chairperson, it is not to criticize the department, but to find the practical solutions that can restore stability and protect the learners, the teachers, and also the entire department. But I have two questions, if I may ask. One, has the department engaged provincial and national treasury on, I will call a multi-year restoration plan or conditional relief funding? What commitment or timelines have been discussed? And then the second question, would the department support a moratorium on non-essential procurement until fiscal stability returns, focusing only on the core learner-centric functions? But chairperson, we must not pretend that such a severe reduction leaves system unscarred. You know, I will, if my memory serves me very well, I'll remember that Shem MEC is doing everything he can in his power to do things right in that department. And I remember when he was the MEC, Waga Cocked, he'll get clean audit, you know. So it shows, chairperson, that he is trying. And then look zamayo, ukzamagabe, because the resources are limited. And people out there on the street, they are not aware of these things. They will come with a lot of theories, this, that, and that. But when you look at this report and the truth that you know behind it, you can see that there's a serious problem. And year after year, chairperson, will be facing this, will be speaking like this until the issue of the budget is well planned. So the budget cut is a problem. And I'm saying this, chairperson, with confidence because, you know, we will always follow the footstep of a leader when he has done well somewhere and then is going to another department, and in that department things are a little bit difficult for him. Then you sit down to wait, as Honorable Dex was saying, that the last time the department was here, we were firing at them. We had all the bazooka and AKs and shotguns. But after sitting down and reflect and check, and we've realized that no, the problem is the budget cut. 26 billion is a lot of money, a chairperson. And the CFO is just emphasize that you can tell that the irregular, it's almost as if it's nothing compared to what is not there. So I'll plead that we must find a solution together, Chairperson, with the department and see what will happen. Because at the end of the day, who's going to suffer? The collateral damage are our learners in everything that is happening. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mbata. You were once again making comments. There wasn't a specific question, so thank you very much for that. Right, now we're going to Honourable Magabani.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to the members and to yourself and the department. I won't have much questions. I just need clarity on some of the stuff. HOD and the CFO, we somehow gonna be a little bit lenient for now. We have read the report of the AG, which also talks to the overall audit outcome for the department with an understanding of the budget constraints. But one of the critical measures that we cannot ignore needs to be in place. The issue of expenditure management must be rectified. Yes, there are budget cuts, constraints, but the operations that speaks to the expenditure management must be intact. So we'll evaluate that when we meet again to see if there's any improvement on the practices in the department. So it can be anyhow you're going to plan it, but I suggest that when you're trying to sort out the practices to be in line, have a thinking of also having a policy committee or a policy committee that will look after the processes on the SCM, if they are really followed as per the guidelines, and the contract management as well as per the guidelines, so that you keep the department, at least on operational matters, intact, and you are able to provide evidence that on that part you have mastered it. Then on the issue of budget constraints, yes, over expenditure will be there. It's going to become an MI because there is budget cuts. But it's because of your MECs when they are voting in this house. When they are voting in this house, they're voting for budgets that are being cut. Including the chair of the Scopa, they're voting for budgets that are being cut. Now we are under constraints as a department because they have voted for that budget. And we told them as Umkhonto weSizwe that we're not going to vote for it. We're not going to agree to the budget that we see that is going to bring difficulties to the departments. But they continued, they voted for it. Now we are talking about the department that is unable to function well and correctly because of their decisions in the GPU government. But I'm not there, I'm just passing by. MEC, what is the National Minister's response when it comes to the budget constraints that the KwaZulu-Natal is facing? What is their response? What is their resolutions or strategy to assist you as KwaZulu-Natal in order to come back again and be able to function fully as the department? I'm just raising that question so that we can know if is there any will to assist or not. so that we can be together. The second question to the department. I know that a big portion of your budget is taken by the salaries. We've got, it's normal in every province. We've got departments that are dominated by females, especially education has got a lot of educators that are females. When it comes to the maternity leaves and all that, is there a ring-fenced budget around that when they go? Because I just want to check if the expenditure as well on salaries has got an issue that affects the department. Is those remunerations ring-fenced so that whenever they go to get a contract teacher, a part-time teacher for females that go on maternity leave, is there a ring-fenced portion that looks after that? So that we can see how much is being spent even on those salaries. That is sort of an unforeseen expense. Because you cannot look on those portions. It's very important to see how do you take care of those situations. As much as the females are many as educators, that means there's a lot of budget that goes to that side. And then how do you deal with that so that it can also motivate to the national minister as to you need to add some amount to us outside of the other cost that has got an effect as well. And then on the verification of schools enrollment, what have you done to check really if the enrollment in schools is what is on the system? Have you went into a program where you're verifying the numbers? Because that can also have an effect on the expenditures that the department is incurring. We do note that there were salary increments that were imposed, but without the budget being added to cover that. But outside that, the school enrollments, the expenditures around that, how are they? Last one, the ghost employees program, maybe to verify what number of employees exactly do you have in the department. Have you run a program that has really gave a full outcome report in terms of your employees in the department? Because as we are hearing many things that are happening in the Department of Education, that has got an effect as well in your expenses as the department. So it's around that, but as we said, with a new CFO in place, we hope that you're going to grasp as much as possible and faster, because we're going to see you next time again, but we want to see the improvement. For now, we have learned that there's a lot of constraints is due to the cuts, but master the operational side. HOD, we need to master the operational side and have things done correctly, because the contract management as well, it was highlighted by the AG that there is no proper management and administration when it comes to that part. But we will meet again. We won't have this tone. It's going to be very unpleasant meeting. But for now, understanding the issues, we'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we get a response to, there's no need to respond to the political question, but can you please respond to the questions that Honourable Magabani did pose?
Okay.
Sorry? London, Barbados. Oh, okay. Okay. This infighting continues. HOD, please.
Thank you, Chair. We'll just quickly respond to some of them. On verification of learner enrollment and issue of course employees, a national project, I would say, has commenced in terms of all the logistical preparations. It's going to be starting any time now. At this point in time, we're at a level where we are training our principals in terms of how this is going to be conducted, because it's not going to be a head count where you are counting literally, but it's going to be IT-assisted kind of head count. So it will deal with the issue of ghosts if there are any contact, and as well as learners. Well, I think we do note, and it was in the Auditor General's report, the issue of contract management and so on. We definitely we do our best with what we have to try and contain the situation. But as the CFO was indicating, some of these things you will have all the controls on paper, but you don't have people to actually execute and ensure that these things are properly managed. Because if you talk contract management, but you don't have anybody, we don't have a warm body to do that actual job. You have it, you have a strategy on paper and on how you're going to do it, but you don't have warm bodies to do it. But we do our best with what we have. Otherwise, the situation would be worse. Maternity leave, ring fencing of it. We are unique in that we are the only department where if somebody is on maternity leave, we put a substitute and pay two people during that period. And that's why our COE is under pressure as well. It is part of the reason why we have unauthorized expenditure. It's exactly that at some point, you would pay two people at one time. Now, it is what actually puts a lot of pressure on the goods and services budget, because that's what ends up being used to sustain the post-establishment or the warm bodies that we already have, which has other consequences, like the CFO was indicating. Consequences like you now fail to pay your service providers because your money has gone to compensation of employees, and I think the CFO dealt with that quite thoroughly. That process of verification will deal with ghost employees as well, if there are any. But some that were actually where the AG found, we did a follow-up on the specific ones, and we found that some were actually were not found where they were supposed to be found when the AG went there. But they exist. They had actually been, transferred to other schools. But our system was behind in terms of, capturing that they are no longer in sites where they are supposed to be. But the exercise we're going to do is going to be dealing with it holistically now, not just those 2 or 3 that the AG referred to.
Thank you, Judy.
I think the DDG wants to add something.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the HOD has covered the area of the provision for employees who are taking maternity. That includes also sick leave. That is also covered there, because in the pool of 90,057, that is CFO, for educators that the CFO was reporting on, we have 86,000 posts that we distribute directly to school through PPN certificates. But we then make provision for 1,500 for in case employees go on maternity. So it's part of that total basket of posts. So it's provided for, it's budgeted for. It's just that because as due to cuts, that has become unaffordable, but we have made provision for that. On the issue of ghost employees, Honorable Moya, what happened during the audit this year, AG reported 2 potential ghost educators. When they went to audit to verify, those people were not at work on that day for a number of reasons. One could have been on precautionary suspension, which ordinarily will not be allowed to come to work. I can even give the personal details of those people and the schools where they are working. In fact, one, because we did follow that one. One is in a school called Bizimali in Nkandla. Has a personal number 6878358. We have a name of that person. And the person, because when AG was doing that process, when they could not find them, they required that they present themselves because they could not present themselves at school. And both of the two, they did present themselves. Now, we have internal we have a system, a unit that we called a personal control unit, which monitors all activities of staff, so we can track and trace where the staff member is at a particular time, maybe on precautionary suspension, precautionary transfer. But as a department, we know all of them. It's just that when the HU went there, we were not there then to then explain where these employees. Now, we have just, through the assistance of Provincial Treasury, engaged on a personal cleanup exercise. We are still awaiting a report, but we can, with absolute confidence, share a report that there seems to be no findings that our personnel is not cleaned because of that unit that we have within the department. We will allow the process of verification as led by DPS, the HOD is reporting on. But internally, as a department, we can confirm that almost all of our employees, we know where they are. Almost all. But at a right time, we can report. We want to await for this process to be finalized. Once it is finalized and we receive a report from Treasury, because there is a DDG who has been assigned to assist us in that. The last engagement we had with him early this week seems to confirm that there seems to be no findings. But we want to also allow these other processes to unfold. When it comes to staff, we will also, as well, focusing on learners as well, look at that and then see what becomes the outcome. But for now, we can just say as a department, we don't believe we have ghost employees. I want to stop at that point.
Okay, let's finally go to Honourable Mkhize, then I've got some inquiries.
Chair.
And then we can. Oh, there's follow-up from Honourable Makabane.
I don't believe the MEC has responded on the issue of the national minister.
MEC, are you happy to take that question?
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, we have engaged the minister for a number of times through our formal structural meetings. She also came, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago in the province. But the main issue, she was also worried because she told us that she had engaged with the president and the Minister for Finance to put more budget to the provincial Department of Education because they understand the challenge as has been presented, that it's not our own making. It's a challenge that was done because of cut-off budget. It seems as if everyone understands that. I think now, who don't understand, I think we need to, I'm not sure what other way to make a person understand that this is not a human made by us, but it's a cut from national. And the minister had the meeting with ourselves, Pfma and MEC for Finance, And there was a discussion to say let's continue to engage, but she requested that Pfma to intervene in a form of engaging provincial treasurer to get more budget and allocate to us, while she will also continue to engage national minister to during the adjustment budget to reconsider. I heard then a few days ago that there is an appetite from treasurer at the national level to allocate whatever figure that they might able to do, but we'll wait for those processes to unfold. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I think I should also just, many of the members serving on this committee also serve on the Finance Committee. And that actually is probably the more appropriate place to have this conversation. The Public Accounts Committee deals with how money is spent. You know, not necessarily issues of, although we do look at unauthorized expenditure later. But yeah, you know, I think members, we need to realize this pie is so big. And when you increase to one section of the pie, you reduce the section of another section of the pie. So it's in a family sense, when you have a family of 6 children sitting around the table, if you give one more, you must give another one less, because the pie is so big. And it also goes to a lot of other systemic issues. For instance, the growth of our economy. If our economy grows more, there's more money available in the fiscus, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a much bigger issue than just this particular one. Anyway, I don't say we can't have the conversation. I think we should just maybe focus more on spending. Honourable Mkhize, you're the last before myself, so if you've got any questions that are not covered yet.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'll be wasting the committee's time, but one would like to thank the HOD, MSC, and team for giving us a report. Must say also that it is so painful for our poor people of KwaZulu-Natal, what we are actually hearing today from their horse's mouth. We always wonder why the parents, like Honorable Dex has quoted, in rural areas, in townships, why parents will be given a list in our days to buy stationery, which we were not used to. They always knew that when they go and cast their vote for their government, they'll be serviced. Things have changed, unfortunately. And things is going to change sooner or later. But I will also emphasize more that people need to know on the ground through the rightful structures, SGPs, the principals, through your governance sections, what exactly is happening in the department. People, you don't need to hide it. People need to know about it. We don't need to hide it. It's not your fault. From what we are hearing, members have emphasized the accountability, the whole lot on your side, your oversight where it needs to be done. But I'll also emphasize more what the DG has said. I may not be able to prove it, or we will not be able to prove it here. The issue of ghost employees do not only focus on the educators. It's not there only. This is a statement. It's not there only. Look at in your systems, HR, finance, CFO. Something is burning there. IT, something is cooking there. Your payroll against your employees that you guarantee that you know you have. There's a smoke there. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Okay. I would just like to get into the issue of consequence management. The committee members were aware that we work with the SIU and also the Public Service Commission. And I saw the report that was sent through on consequence management. And I just want to, so HRD, what is your, I'll tell you what my concern is. I've got lists here from the SIU where around about, well, between the SIU and the Public Service Commission, about 60 matters, 60 disciplinary matters were referred. Well, Public Service Commission obviously picks up on these issues, and they've got about 10 matters that are, according to them, unresolved. And the SIU has got 38 matters that were referred to the department for action. They all relate to contraventions of Section 45 of the Public Finance Management Act, and specifically relate to issues like failure to prevent unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, non-compliance with procurement laws, lack of consequence management, exercise, and in that the officials didn't exercise effective control over financial transactions, or safeguard assets, or ensure compliance with applicable laws and regulations. It's very broad, but I'm sure the CFO is familiar, and yourself, HOD, with Section 45 of the Public Finance Management Act. When I've got a list of 60 odd matters that appear to have not been attended to, what is your sense of efficacy and efficiency within your department in terms of consequence management? Because it's an issue raised by AGSA as well, that it's inadequate. Now, I would like to get a response from you on that. Do you feel it's functioning well? Do you feel you're behind the 8 ball and you need the resources to do the work that's required? And then I'm going to ask Cabo to actually provide these lists to you, so that because the lists are very specific, names of persons, what to fit, exactly who they are. So you'll be able to pick them up in your personnel. And then I'm going to ask that you provide a response to the committee on those. And then also to PSC at the same time, to PSC and to SIU, so that they can complement their records. But if you can just give a response to that question. Where are you with consequence? It's a massive issue that's been raised. There's a lot of irregular expenditure. And I understand what all the colleagues are saying about budgetary issues and that, but one way to save money is to deal with money properly. And a lot of these issues are raised because people are inflating prices, there's SCM fraud, tender fraud, and that wastes money. So can you just give us a response on where you are in your disciplinary ecosystem as a department? Thank you.
Chair, we will welcome that list so that we can double check whether it's not cases that we maybe have already dealt with, and if not, then we will take action within the limited resources that we have. Your direct question: what is our sense of the strength of our consequence management ecosystem? We do our best where we can. In fact, I mean, if we're to give you our records, we are one department, within the limited resources that we have, that has, taken action against, even senior managers, and that has within the limited resources, even followed up cases up to the level of, instituting criminal investigation and criminal cases. And in some cases, we actually have got convictions. In the area, for example, of fake qualifications, we've got many convictions there. In procurement issues, we have charged people. But to answer holistically, what is constrained here is the incapacity of our internal control unit, where there's no one. So there are, processes, for instance, that we have to follow in order to arrive at consequence management for example, irregular expenditure. There are determinations that we've got to make, and those are made or have to be made by internal control. Determinations such as, was there value for money, and so on, who is responsible for it, and so on. And that is where we're lacking, because we don't have that capacity to actually, conduct those assessments. That is why we have a long, list of what would appear to be a long list of irregular expenditure that has where these determinations have not yet been made. But it's not all of them. In some cases, we have made those determinations. That is why we even sometimes get condonations. Our report would show where, for example, we've had irregular expenditure condoned in the first place. And once it's condoned, it would then depend on the recommendations whether it's condoned, but the recommendations are that we implement consequence management. And where it says so, we do so, and we follow up. Not at the speed that we would like to for a big department such as ours, and that's all because of the capacity constraints that we have. Capacity constraints of simply just warm bodies to do the job, and that's why we've requested Provincial Treasury to provide us with assistance, in that capacity or in that unit, which literally has no one except one deputy director who has no staff, except 5 accounting clerks, 4 of which are retiring. So next year he will be alone with 1 accounting clerk, and that's the kind of situation that we're facing. But consequence management, we deal with it all the time. There are many people that are charged and are undergoing disciplinary processes even as we speak.
Right, HOD, just a couple of quick fire questions that I think will go to the heart of some of the problems. Can you tell me what your capacity is? Let's just talk real terms now. Do you have an internal audit committee? You have an audit committee? Just yes or no. Do you have one? An audit committee inside the department?
It is a transversal internal audit. The internal audit function is transversal and is.
When you say transversal, you mean across all departments, or you have one specifically in your department?
It's shared, I think, on a cluster by cluster basis.
Okay, so that was CLARC that we referred to.
Yes.
So you don't have your own internal
in the
audit.
Department. We have a unit, internal control, but.
Okay, all right. So you've got a unit internal controls. I'm just trying to cut to the quick here.
Yes.
How many people are staffed in that internal control department?
There's 1 deputy director.
Yeah.
5 accounting clerks, no ADs, and there are. It's part of the presentation actually.
Okay, yes. And that's obviously one of the areas that's severely lacking, yes. Which means that. That's the reason why CLARC have reported that there's very poor internal controls.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, that's one of the challenges then. Then, just moving on, the school feeding program. Let me just get to that. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, okay. So this is the one of the material irregularities. Can you give us an idea of what the consequence management has been in relation to that? Because it came to your attention in 2023, and I see it in the report that we have that not really much has been done. There's an investigation and measures being put in place to make sure it doesn't happen again, but that people actually involved in that particular, the NSNP failure. What's happened there and what has been done about recovery? Because I'm assuming funds were paid to them, but then we know that the children didn't get fed for a particular period of time. So can you just answer that? And then the hostel allowances, they were paid to ineligible employees. I see the report is that you've implemented methods to get money back in salary deductions and all that sort of thing, which is great, thank you. But of the 3.7 million, how much has been recovered that was incurred there? If you can just give us some sort of sense of those two. Oh. Okay, thanks.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think what needs to be explained is that the MI, learners not fed, was not in reference to the service providers that are currently feeding. It was in reference to a service provider who had been procured, in order for them to be the supplier of all the other suppliers who take food to schools. In other words, it was like a central, point where the suppliers would get the food. That is the contract that we're talking about, which had a problem. Now, it had a problem from start. When the contract was supposed to start in April of 2023, the contractor or the contracted person failed to deliver. And what was the consequence management for that? Because we couldn't hold officials accountable for the failure of a contractor procured to deliver. The contractor was solely responsible for that period where in a few schools some learners were not fed. The consequence management applicable to that was that no one in the department was held responsible, but the contractor himself got his contract cancelled. We terminated his contract. We paid him for only what he had delivered. And that was thoroughly audited by ourselves and Provincial Treasury to say what food did he deliver, and it was signed off by our principals in terms of the quantities that arrived in our schools. It was a thorough process that we did, assisted by Provincial Treasury, before we actually paid for those 3 weeks that he was involved. And after paying, the contract was cancelled, and he never continued for the next of the 3 years that he would have been doing the job. I think the second part, I think I dealt with it earlier on to say that what needed to be investigated now was whether he should have gotten the contract in the first place in terms of AG findings. And that is where consequence management would apply, and that's the investigation, because we decided that it should be independent investigation, not done by our own internal control. It should be an independent. And I indicated earlier on that when we were procuring the process, because of financial problems, we ended up getting up to 2025 unable to actually get a service provider to do this independent work. But I indicated earlier on that I will soon be writing to AG, updating them of the latest in relation to that investigation. We seem to be now getting a breakthrough in terms of that investigation.
Okay, thank you. Right.
I think the
so
hostel
yes,
ones-
it was the hostel thing. How much has been recovered there?
We don't have a figure now, but we can provide it. We can assure you, though, that we are recovering from those
I know.
employees.
I saw that you are making salary deductions. I just wondered where we were on that scale. Right, the last thing I want to cover is in our interaction with the Public Service Commission, they referred to declarations of interest. We covered that in some detail. And in particular, the declaration of financial interest or directorship in companies, private companies. 106 SMS members declared as they should have, but 7 of these, 7% or around 7 did not disclose, despite being reminded. So the first question I have for you is, what are you as a department doing? And I must congratulate you, and the PEC congratulate you as well, is that at the SMS level you had full disclosure of the normal, the normal annual disclosures of the financial disclosure form. So I congratulate you on that. But there are a couple of those that are not just declaring their interest in private companies. There's about Department of Education is not that many, it's only 3. But what did come up, there are 3 SMS members of your organization that didn't disclose. But there's one, so just to note that, to try and get to 100% on both. But one that's very, very interesting, I think that the committee was quite taken aback, is that there's one SMS member who I believe is employed at district level that has a company that's in the year previous to this made 4.8 million rand, and in the past year made 2.8 million. Do you have any knowledge of this individual and what this company is? At the district level has got a company that's turning over those sort of figures. Are you aware of this at all? Are you aware of it? This particular individual?
No, Chair, I'm not aware, but even which year that was, which financial year that was.
I think it was the past financial year. Okay, look, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, what I will do is we will communicate with you, and I'll get the PEC to engage with you and just let you know. The issue is it is a red flag that one individual has got a company making so much money. If it's above board, it's 100%, but one would just want to be making sure that that person is not somehow doing business with the state or whatever the case may be. All right. Sorry, HOD? If I may just follow up, the PEC report says the following. In the Department of Education, one SMS member disclosed that his company makes 2,800 Rand in the previous financial year. It was recorded that this SMS member disclosed 4.8 million This was indicated as a red flag in a letter sent to the Executive Authority for both financial years. The PEC is still awaiting a response from the Executive Authority or the EA. So I just think that's something I'd like to just flag with you. I don't want to demand a response now, but that's something that the PSC has said to us, and I'm certainly not going to name the person because they could be involved in a completely legitimate business, but I certainly think that that's PSC have raised it as a red flag. I'm happy to share the information with you after we finish here. But I'm sure that you're familiar with Commissioner Bacchus. Commissioner Yasmin Bacchus, yeah.
Yes.
So Commissioner Bacchus gave us the report, and I'm sure she'd share that with you, but I think it's something worth following up. Do you want to respond, or should we discuss it?
No, we won't respond, Chair, now because we don't have the details that we're having. But once we get them, then
yeah, I'm not after any sort of gotcha moment. I want to just share the information with you and that you follow it up. If it's above board, no problem, but if it's problematic, then at least you know about it. Okay, those are all the questions I have for now. Obviously, I will chat to you afterwards about all those consequent management lists and everything. Members, I think that if we have no further questions, then we are done with the business of the day. Department of Education, I want to thank you for being here. AGSA, thank you for being here. I think CLARC is still online. Thank you, Mr. Jooste. And as I say to all departments, we wish you well. You are responsible for educating the young minds of our province. We wish you well. I can assure you that we will always advocate for more funds for you if those funds are available. But also we ask you please to utilize whatever funds that you do have with the greatest diligence. We all have a solemn responsibility to look after every single cent that is entrusted to us to the betterment of our province. And I encourage you to carry on with that. But thank you very much, everyone. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.